Stevens. I'm chairman of the Civil Service Commission. I want to thank everyone for being present this morning. Our goal is to conclude the hearing of the appeal of a number of police officers with regard to the issue of whether they are entitled to compensation for standby time that they worked over a period of time. And I think the city has one more witness today, and then we'll hear the closing arguments, and then the commission will vote. I regret that we lost a commissioner who was participating in the hearing because he moved out of the jurisdiction, but those kinds of things happen. But we still have a quorum. And I will say there are 5 of us participating in the hearing, and it will be necessary if the applicants are to prevail under the Civil Service Commission Act. It will be necessary for all 5 members of the commission to vote in the affirmative with respect to their appeal. So I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves, everyone at the table, starting with Ms. Klein.
I'm Denise Klein.
I'm Tom McCormick. That's it. That's who I am.
And I'm Phil Rubin.
Kelly Stevens, appearing for the petitioners.
Ann Smith,
And Kelly, please, Ms. Stevens, please raise your hand.
I'm right here.
Okay. All right.
Ann Smith, attorney for the City of Raleigh.
Jason Fettermack, attorney for the City of Raleigh.
Well, good morning, everyone. And online here are Representative Cynthia Ball, who is also a commissioner on the Civil Service Commission. He serves, as you know, in the House of Representatives. And I'm Lacey Reeves. I'm the chair. So let's go on the record, if we're not already on the record, and begin this morning's hearing. I think we'll hear the city's final witness.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Reeves. I call Captain Tomczak to the stand, please. And Chairman Reeves, we have discussed with the other commissioners that the witness can remove his mask while he is testifying. And they've agreed to that stipulation.
That's acceptable.
Thank you, Captain. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to present is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. Please state your name for the record.
Tim Tomczak.
Good morning, Captain Tomczak. Can you describe your current position with the city?
I'm a captain with the Raleigh Police Department. I'm currently serving as the Southwest District Commander.
And have you held other positions with the city?
I have. I was the Administrative Services Captain.
And you've said you've been in the Administrative Services Division. When were you in the Administrative Services Division?
When I was promoted to captain in December of 2015, I was transferred to Administrative Services as the captain, and I remained in that position until December of 2019. On paper, I was transferred to another position, but in reality, I stayed on for another 3 months to assist the next captain in assuming those administrative duties.
Can you briefly describe your duties as Captain of Administrative Services?
Administrative Services contains support services for the police department, so I think not necessarily the people answering 911 calls, but records and vehicle fleet services, recruiting, evidence, human resources. In addition to those units, Administrative Services is also in charge of procedures and processes for the department, like payroll.
And how long in total have you worked with the department?
Since 1997.
Can you briefly describe your educational background?
I have an associate's degree in criminal justice from Wake Tech. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and history from UNC Chapel Hill. I have a master's degree in business administration from Pfeiffer University. And on May 7th, I will graduate from Campbell Law School with my JD.
You mentioned that you had some responsibilities regarding personnel and payroll. Have you attended any specialized training concentrating on personnel or payroll while in the police department?
I have. I attended AOMP, which is the Administrative Officers Management Program through North Carolina State University, and I attended SMIP, which is the Senior Management Institute for Policing out of Boston College. And both of those courses are master's level programs where the concentration is on executive level management, including human resources and personnel issues.
What was your first position with the city police department?
After graduating the academy, like all recruits, I was a patrol officer for several years.
And what year did you start with the academy?
1997.
Can you briefly describe what it means to be a sworn law enforcement officer and first responder with the city of Raleigh?
Like law enforcement everywhere, the job is to serve and protect. In the city of Raleigh specifically, we adhere to the core values of the department, which are service, integrity, fairness, courage, and compassion. At the end of the day, what it means is you take an oath to put others before yourself, and sometimes that means putting the needs of people you don't know above your own family.
If a supervisor orders you to come back to work, does a sworn law enforcement officer have a choice to come in or not?
Generally not.
Why not?
Well, as a law enforcement officer, and specifically in the city of Raleigh, we're governed by policies. One of the policies states that all lawful orders that are appropriate must be followed. An officer would not be required to come in if they were physically unable to come in if called at home.
Does it matter if you're on the schedule to work or not?
No.
Are there any recent examples, to your personal knowledge, where folks have been ordered to come back to work when not on the schedule?
Many examples, especially in the last year. Of course, the protests and riots that occurred in Raleigh last summer are a clear example that law enforcement must have the ability to come in when called. At one point, we actually had called in every patrol officer available to come and work. So every single officer in the field operations division, barring physical inability, was called in to work at the exact same time.
Since you've been with the Raleigh Police Department, have you been told that you would always be working a certain shift?
No.
And why is that?
The shifts and schedules that we work are based on the needs of the department, long-term needs or short-term needs. There are long-term schedule changes as you move from division to division, or short-term schedule changes or shift changes to meet the needs of the city in some cases.
Now, I know you're a captain now. Have you held any other supervisory positions with the police department?
I have.
Can you briefly describe the supervisory positions that you've had?
In 2004, I was promoted to sergeant, and I was a patrol sergeant, which is a supervisor for the officers that responded to 911 calls. I was a quality assurance sergeant within my police district, which is like a administrative sergeant, kind of a small administrative sergeant. I was the crash reconstruction sergeant. When I was promoted to lieutenant in 2006, I was a field operations lieutenant, which again is a patrol lieutenant, so I supervised the sergeants that are supervising the officers. In 2010, I was transferred to the Special Operations Division as a lieutenant, and I supervised the traffic unit, the DWI unit, the K-9 and mounted unit, and the crash reconstruction unit. At the very end of 2014, I was transferred to the Office of Professional Standards, and I was the lieutenant over the inspections unit in the chief's office. And then again, as I mentioned, at the end of 2015, I was promoted to captain, transferred to administrative services, and in my current position as the Southwest District Commander as a captain.
Now, briefly, earlier you had testified that you had some responsibility for dealing with payroll. Can you describe those responsibilities?
Yes. As a first-line supervisor or a sergeant over patrol, I had to make sure that my officers' payroll was correct, their individual payroll was correct, and then I approved it. As a lieutenant, I did the same thing except for the sergeants now, not the police officers. When I transferred to the inspections unit, my role was a little bit different there. I had been involved in payroll training since early in my career. I was selected as a lieutenant to assist in teaching the payroll system the city of Raleigh had to police officers. It was called Raleigh Time and Pay, or RTAP, back then. When the city transitioned in 2009 to the current payroll system, which is called PeopleSoft ERP, I was again one of the folks that was in charge of training others in how to use that payroll system. During that time, I realized there were a lot of intricacies with this system. When I went to inspections, knowing that I had seen problems with some payroll, my own people's payroll sometimes, just misunderstandings. The payroll can be complicated. In inspections, I initiated payroll audits for the entire department. And once I had done one round of those audits, it became clear that some more training was necessary for police officers and police supervisors especially. And so in 2015, when I was in the inspections unit, I instituted department-wide supervisor training for payroll. After the supervisors were trained, all the current supervisors were trained, that payroll training was integrated into new supervisor training that the department does on a regular basis. When I transitioned as a captain to administrative services, I continued to teach the payroll classes to supervisors and also to academy recruits. And in my position now as the Southwest District Commander, I still continue to teach payroll classes to new supervisors. And in fact, earlier this week, I just taught the new academy recruits how to fill out their timesheets.
So based on your personal knowledge, Captain Tomczak, who would you say is the person most knowledgeable in the department about payroll?
In the department, I am.
And you had mentioned that you had conducted payroll audits. Why did you do those audits?
Again, when I was a sergeant and then a lieutenant, I noticed that some people were just having difficulties with filling out their timesheets correctly. To explain just very, very briefly, the same payroll system is used to pay part-time Parks and Rec employees, full-time firefighters, full-time police officers, so a multitude of schedules, a multitude of pay grades and pay options. And so there's a lot of choices available to people when they open up a timesheet. We want to make sure people are choosing the right ones so that they get paid what they're supposed to get paid, and also that we're not accidentally overpaying them.
And when you were doing these audits, what type of records did you look at to determine if there were any issues?
Within the police department, there are 3 different records that are used for timekeeping. One is called the Day Off Book. This used to actually be a book. That's why it's called the Day Off Book, but nowadays it's an Outlook calendar where officers can request time off and supervisors are responsible for making sure there's enough staffing present. The other, or the second type of timekeeping is what's called a roll call. This is a daily sheet for every district or division that lists every officer and civilian employee and whether they are working that day or whether they are not scheduled to work that day, whether they're taking time off, and if they are to work, their hours are to be listed on the roll call. And finally, we have our official and formal payroll system, which is PeopleSoft ERP. And so audits involved essentially looking at all 3 of these different timekeeping methods and making sure that they matched up.
And when you did this audit, did you discover any issues with the payroll?
I did.
Can you briefly describe those issues?
There were instances where officers had not clocked in is not the right word, where they had not submitted appropriate timesheets, and their supervisors had not caught that, and the officers were missing pay. A good example of this is on holidays. With a system as flexible as this, holidays can get complicated. The city now gives us 13 paid holidays a year, so we want to make sure people get paid right on those holidays. But there's also other instances when people do get paid for something other than their regular hours, so we audited all that. The other side of that is that we saw instances where officers had submitted time off requests in the day off book and in the roll calls, but it hadn't gone into their official payroll timekeeping. So in some cases, we were able to provide officers with time or money that they had earned but not been compensated for, and in some instances, we had to go back and take time from the officers.
Can I just interrupt here because have you asked about what time frame this is? Because I'm confused. So my objection is just that he's testifying, but I don't know what time frame.
Right. I believe he had testified to that, but Captain Tomczak, can you talk about what time frame you're discussing that these payroll audits occurred?
Yes, I was in the inspections unit essentially for all of 2015.
And is
Okay, I
that the time
apologize.
period that
Thank
you
you.
conducted these payroll audits?
That is correct. In 2015, when I was in inspections, I was conducting the specific department-wide payroll audits.
And when you conducted these audits, did you follow up on any of the issues that came out?
Yes, we prepared written reports that were distributed to the commanders. We followed up, if necessary, with individual supervisors for additional training and individual employees, and we also ensured that any errors that were discovered were corrected by the City of Raleigh payroll.
Did the employees of the Raleigh Police Department receive training on SOPs and DOIs?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe that type of training they received?
Training on policies is done through an online system called Moodle. The policies are posted on Moodle, and officers and civilians are required to complete an electronic acknowledgement statement that says they have read and understood the attached policies and procedures.
Are there any other ways other than Moodle that Raleigh Police Department employees are informed about policies and procedures and changes in them?
Yes, changes in policy and procedures, in addition to being on Moodle, are discussed at roll calls, emails out to individual officers or civilians or groups of officers and civilians, CoreCon, which is the City of Raleigh Employee Connection. It's an online secure site for City of Raleigh employees. RPDNet, which is a secure online site for police department employees. And The Loop is a newsletter that is electronic newsletter that's emailed, or the link to it, I guess, is emailed to all City of Raleigh employees.
Captain Tomczak, can you look at City of Raleigh Exhibit number 23, please?
I had trouble hearing you, Ann. What number was that?
City of Raleigh Exhibit 23.
I'm sorry. You keep fading out right as you say the number.
23.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize this document, Captain Tomczak?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is Raleigh Police Department Policy 110102, System of Written Directives.
And can you briefly describe what this DOI requires?
This department policy requires that all members of the department be responsible for being familiar with the various forms of written directives and for complying with those applicable to their assignment, including city standard operating procedures, departmental operating instructions, special memoranda, and bulletins.
Thank you, Captain Tomczak. Now, can you turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit 24, please? Do you
All right.
recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is a Moodle acknowledgement. As I discussed, when policies are presented through the electronic Moodle system, officers and civilians are required to acknowledge that they received and understand the policies.
And did some of the petitioners receive training on DOI 110102?
Yes. Further in the exhibit, there are lists of petitioners who have acknowledged the receiving of that particular policy.
I believe you testified that you have trained supervisors in the police department on the city's electronic payroll system. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for purposes of this training, what ranks are considered supervisors that would have received the training?
The sworn ranks are everyone above the rank of sergeant, so sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, deputy chief, and chief. And civilian employees are simply, they don't have a rank, they're just called civilian supervisors.
And what's the name of this system again?
The payroll system for the city of Raleigh is called ERP PeopleSoft.
Have the petitioners who were supervisors, meaning that they were sergeants or above, in May 2017 taken your payroll training?
Yes.
Let's look at City of Raleigh Exhibit 15, please. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
Yes, the exhibit contains several documents. Some of them are portions of training records for some of the petitioners listing the training that they received. The other parts of the exhibit include an agenda for new sergeants training in 2016. And then other parts of the exhibit include the actual sign-in sheets for individual dates when some of the petitioners attended the new sergeants training.
And can you just give some examples of some of the petitioners who were supervisors that would have received this supervisor training?
Yes. On the first training record is for Ethan Albert. In 2016, he attended new sergeants training. The second training record's for Peter Morrison. He also attended new sergeants training. The third record is for Brent Howard in 2015. He attended the standalone supervisor payroll training, so that he was a current supervisor when the training was offered, whereas the other two I just talked about became supervisors after that first training was offered. And David McDonald in 2015 attended the standalone payroll training for
Thank you.
supervisors.
Thank you. Can you please turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit number 12? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is actually two printouts of the PowerPoint presentation that I use when I teach the supervisor training, or when I taught it. These are 2015 and 2016 documents. When I taught the payroll training for supervisors, whether it was a standalone or whether it was within the new supervisor training.
And are you still conducting this training for supervisors?
I am.
Do you review standby pay and callback pay during this training?
I do. On page 12 of the PowerPoint presentation, in the 2015 PowerPoint presentation, there's a list of what are called, or there's a list of some of what are called time reporting codes, or TRCs. Time reporting codes are used by the payroll system to determine how much someone gets paid and, for lack of a better word, what budget bucket that money comes out of. And on page 12 of the PowerPoint, you can see that the first bullet point is STDBY, or standby pay, and it's delineated there as pay earned for being on call, 8 hours per week of pay. Only certain pay grades are eligible. There's also a discussion of callback pay underneath that.
And during this training, do you go into more detail about what standby means?
I do. I do not care for instructors that put everything on a PowerPoint slide. I think you lose an opportunity to communicate with the class. And so these are bullet points, and when we hit these, there's some description that I give about standby pay or callback or military unpaid, which is also there and very complicated. And I also field questions from the class if they have questions about these.
So what do you instruct your class about standby pay?
As the bullet point says, it's available for units that are officers or civilians that are put on call, and those people to receive standby pay must have been approved to receive the standby pay.
While you were conducting this supervisor training over the years, did anyone from SEU or homicide ever question whether they were eligible to receive standby pay while they were
Yes.
taking this class?
I'm sorry, yes.
And what did you tell them?
That they were not eligible to receive standby pay because they had not been approved.
Did Deputy Chief Clem Perry take your supervisor training class?
He did. He was a supervisor and he had to take it.
And do you recall whether Deputy Chief Perry had any questions about standby pay?
He didn't have any questions about it. I remember that one of the class that he attended as a student, this question came up again. I'm on SAU, I was on standby, why didn't I get standby pay? My response was, you are not approved to receive standby pay even though you're on standby. And of course, with at the time a lieutenant in the room and a deputy chief in the room, you can imagine that questions were lobbed at him about it, and his response was consistent with my response.
Thank you, Captain Tomczak. Let's look at stipulated exhibit number 27, please. Do you recognize this?
What number are we on?
27.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize this document, Captain Tomczak?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is a city policy. This particular policy is titled Callback Pay, and its policy number is 300-6.
Ms. Smith, I'm sorry, my document doesn't have 27, is that?
Are you in the stipulated
Oh,
exhibits?
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong book. I
No
apologize.
problem. That happens.
Proceed, it's fine.
Okay.
get it.
I believe you said that this was SOP 300-6, and it addresses callback pay. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've already testified you addressed callback pay in the training for supervisors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever work in special operations?
I did for approximately 5 years, from 2010 until the very end of 2014.
And how long were you assigned to special operations?
About 5 years.
And what was your rank at that time?
I was a lieutenant.
For the whole 5 years?
Yes.
What were your duties there as a lieutenant in special operations?
I supervised the traffic units, including the crash reconstruction unit and also the canine and mounted unit.
And how did you become involved with the crash reconstruction unit?
I actually founded the unit in 2006. In 2000, I was an officer that responded to a scene where 4 teenagers were killed on I-540 back when it was being built. And I was just a patrol officer, and I was responsible for completing the entire investigation where 4 teenagers had been killed, and I thought that just doesn't seem like we're putting forth the effort that we should in this case. And so for the next several years, I sent up proposal after proposal, and eventually Chief Jane Perlov was able to get a grant from the Governor's Highway Safety Program to form our crash reconstruction unit that we still have today.
And did you receive any special training on crash reconstruction?
I did, over 200 hours.
And how are officers selected to be on the crash reconstruction unit?
There's an application process where you submit a resume and a letter of intent, and then there are oral boards or an oral interview to go along with that.
And can you describe the typical schedule for folks in CRU?
Currently, they're working Tuesday through Friday, 10 and a half hours a day. Their schedule is 6:30 in the morning until 5 o'clock at night. That schedule's been fairly consistent over the years. When I started the unit, I worked Monday through Friday, 8.4 hours. 8.4, 10.5, the city has strange ways of paying police officers, but that's the required hours for those days.
And what kind of expectations did you set for folks in the crash reconstruction unit?
They were expected to respond to crashes that met their criteria, which would be fatal crashes, crashes where someone suffered a life-changing injury, so not a fatal crash necessarily, but paralysis, likely paralysis, amputation, things like that, and also to respond to serious injury, hit and runs.
Did you have someone designated to be on call with the crash reconstruction unit?
We did, and I would characterize it as first to call. And the reason for that is depending on the exact situation, the entire unit may be called in to investigate a crash. So the unit, when I started, was only me. I was the first to call and the only to call every single day. And then when I went back in special operations as a lieutenant, the unit had expanded to 3 officers and a sergeant. And so one officer would be the on-call officer, but the other officers knew that if it was a multi-fatality wreck or a wreck where we were looking at charges like second-degree murder or something like that, the whole unit may be called in. The officers in that unit, there was one phone designated as the CRU phone, and so whoever was first to call at that time would just forward that phone to their city phone, if that makes sense. So to be very frank, I never even really knew who was on call. I just knew that if the CRU phone was called, one of those 3 people was expected to answer it.
Did you get the police chief's approval before you established this first-to-call schedule?
No.
Why not?
I don't know what we would need approval for. We were assigned a job, and it was the determination of myself, the sergeant of the unit, and the officers that were in the unit that the response was needed to handle the situations no matter what time of the day it was. Evidence needed to be gathered. Very frankly, fatal collisions tie up public roadways too. We can't hold a scene until someone comes to work the next morning or, God help us, a Friday night holding it till Monday.
Did you have authority to designate folks to receive standby pay while you were in the CRU?
No, I had no authority then and don't have any now to designate someone to receive standby pay.
Did you receive standby pay while you were in the CRU?
No.
Did you ever request that members of the CRU receive standby pay?
I did. In 2006, when I formed the unit, I spoke with my supervisor at the time, who was Captain Tom Earnhardt. He was the staff captain for field operations, and even though I was a sergeant and he was a captain, I reported directly to him. There was no lieutenant between us. When I established the unit, I pointed out to him that I would very likely be responding and be the only person responding to crash scenes after hours and on weekends, and I requested that I be paid standby as the homicide unit was, and he said, the homicide unit doesn't get pay for being on standby. And I said, oh, okay. Let me dig a little deeper, because I knew we had a standby pay policy on the department, and I looked it up, and he later clarified that he didn't have the authority to pay me for being on standby, that he had to follow the city policies. Again, when I was the lieutenant in special operations, and CRU had now been expanded to 3 officers and a sergeant, I went to my captain, who was David Linthicum at the time, and also spoke with my co-lieutenant in special operations, Brad Amstutz, who was over SCU. And I don't remember what triggered it this time, but we thought it was appropriate to go and ask again. And let's see if we can get standby pay for these people that are on standby. We talked to Captain Linthicum, we talked to Major Stacy Deans, and for CRU, the request was denied. I probably asked over the course of my time in special operations 2 or 3 times that CRU be allowed to receive standby pay because they were on standby.
And what happened to that request?
Denied every time.
And do you know if anyone in SEU had ever made a similar request for standby pay during this time period?
I know that Lieutenant Amstutz did, because we were in the same room in at least one case that I remember specifically, where we went to talk to Captain Linthicum, and then all 3 of us walked down the hall into the major's office and said, listen, we think this, we want our folks to be getting this. And so I know that. I don't know anyone beyond or lower than Lieutenant Amstutz, who was the SEU commander at the time.
And to your personal knowledge, did SEU get standby pay at that time?
No, not at that time.
Prior to July 1, 2018, did you think that your subordinates in CRU were entitled to standby pay based on the language of SOP 300-7?
No, not entitled to it. I wish that they would be approved for it, but they were not entitled to it.
And why not?
They simply had not been approved for it. To receive standby pay, you have to be designated by the chief of police within the police department and then approved by the city manager. And while I hoped that they would be designated and approved, it just didn't happen.
And were you aware of city policy SOP 300-7 when you worked in crash reconstruction?
Yes.
All total, how many years did you work in special operations?
About 5 years.
And while you were in special operations, were you familiar with SEU and their operations?
Actually, before I was in special operations, since 2000, I've been a hostage crisis negotiator. In 2005, I became the commander of the hostage crisis negotiation unit. And so negotiators respond to many of the same incidents that SEU responds to. So I've been working with SEU and familiar with their schedule, at least in a broad sense, for quite some time.
And as a hostage negotiator, were you ever on scene after hours with SEU members who were called into work?
Yes.
And in your role as a hostage negotiator, did you ever receive standby pay?
No.
When you were assigned to special operations, did you ever hear any member of SEU raise the issue of standby pay?
Just the SEU commander, Lieutenant Amstutz.
And is that what you've already testified to?
It is.
And I believe you said they were denied the request for standby pay?
Yes. Yes.
And when you requested standby pay for members of the crash reconstruction unit, did you believe that they were filing a grievance, that you were filing a grievance at that point?
No, I wasn't filing a grievance up my chain of command. I was simply asking that they be placed on the standby pay list, the designated and approved list.
Do you think now that you were filing a grievance at that time?
No.
Why not?
I don't think that I didn't think then that the members of the unit were entitled to receive standby pay. It was not a grievance, it was a request to be considered to receive standby pay. I wasn't grieving something we were entitled to.
And I believe you've already testified that when you were on crash reconstruction, you'd get called back out after hours. How often, approximately, would you get called back into work after hours while in crash reconstruction?
About 30 times a year.
And when you were in crash reconstruction, were you expected to come in after hours and on the weekends?
Yes.
Was that true even if you were not the person who, to use your term, was the first to call?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that you did not come in for a crash that required the crash reconstruction unit to come out?
Yes.
And were you disciplined for not coming back to work?
No.
Was there ever a time that any other officers on the unit did not come back when they were called?
Yes.
Would they have been disciplined if they could not come out?
No.
Why not?
I don't even know what I would discipline them for. There was an expectation that they be there, but again, if they're physically unable to come to work for whatever reason, even if I order them to work, I can't have someone at work that's not physically able to work, if that makes sense.
So these times that folks were called and did not come back into work, what did you do?
Nothing. They were fairly infrequent and usually a valid reason. I only had one instance that I remember where the person with the phone, for lack of a better word, did not answer the phone when they were called. And the watch commander, who's the person in charge of the entire city for a shift, called the reconstruction phone. There was no answer. The expectation is that phone will be answered 24/7. The watch commander then called the reconstruction sergeant. The reconstruction sergeant called the CRU officer's personal phone, which was promptly answered, and it was a matter of a ringer on a city phone being turned down where it could not be heard. The officer in that case was embarrassed and apologetic, and that's the only instance I remember where that phone was not answered. They were not disciplined.
So these folks who were on this first-to-call list in crash reconstruction, did they receive pay for being on the first-to-call list?
No.
But if they got a call and had to come back to work, were they compensated for that time?
Yes.
And how were they compensated?
If you work hours or you earn hours beyond your regularly scheduled shift, sworn officers receive comp time. So if you work an hour late today or you have to come into work for an hour today, that time goes into your comp bank, for lack of a better word, and then you can use that to take time off later. So they earned comp time is how I would characterize it.
Does the city have to offer standby pay?
No, standby pay is not required by FLSA, which is the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act.
I'm objecting to this question. We had an agreement at the beginning of this case that this Civil Service Commission didn't have jurisdiction over the federal issues, and we weren't going to discuss those or argue about those in hearings. So I had an agreement with the police attorney at the beginning of this case that we weren't addressing federal issues here.
I'm not
The
addressing.
the objection sustained.
Are you aware that currently members of the crash reconstruction unit rotate designated and approved standby duty, and that the person on standby duty for the week receives 8 hours of standby pay?
Yes.
So now if a member of that unit who is receiving standby pay for being on call does not answer the phone or does not come back into work, would you expect that person to be subject to discipline?
Yes.
Why the difference?
They are being compensated by the city to be immediately available, and they are being compensated by the city to be on call, for lack of a better word. There's a compensation there that's not present in cases prior to that.
Captain Tom Zach, let's look at stipulated exhibit number 1, which is SOP 300-7. And if you could look at section 6 of SOP 300-7, what is your understanding of that procedure?
That the city manager must approve any departmental request for a unit that's going to be, or a position that's going to receive standby pay.
And why do you reach that conclusion?
The policy says city manager must approve all departmental requests for standby duty, and it's been the practice of this department through the years that the city manager, based on this policy, must approve any request for standby pay.
Let's look at city's exhibit number 6. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this a document that's kept in the ordinary course of business for the city of Raleigh?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong book. But I recognize stipulated Exhibit 6 too. Give me just a moment. Yes, I do recognize City Exhibit 6.
And is this a record that's kept in the ordinary course of business for the city of Raleigh?
Yes,
And have you reviewed this document?
I have.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is a memo from a management retreat, which would have been majors and the chief. In 1995, a police department retreat. The memo is written by the police attorney at the time, who was Dawn Bryant.
Can you please turn to page 3 of Exhibit 6? Do you see a reference on page 3 to standby pay?
I do.
And can you tell me what that states, please?
It says, follow the standby pay policy, City SOP 300-7, highlights city manager must approve, the department head will make the assignments.
And again, is that consistent with your understanding of SOP 300-7?
Yes,
Are you aware of whether in 1995 SEU and homicide were working an on-call schedule?
yes,
And were they working an on-call schedule at that time?
Yes, it was slightly different, at least on SEU, than they're working today, but there was a procedure for callouts.
And are you aware of whether anyone in SEU or homicide were receiving standby pay back in 1995?
They were not.
And how do you know that?
As part of preparation for this hearing, I did an extensive study of past payroll records and also spoke with several former members of SEU and current members, and spoke to the payroll supervisor for the city of Raleigh and the former payroll supervisor for the city of Raleigh in order to figure out what was going on with all this.
And did you find any evidence that anyone in SEU or homicide were receiving standby pay?
No, there was no evidence that they were receiving standby pay.
Captain Tom Zach, let's look at stipulated Exhibit 2, which is DOI 110403. And if you could turn to stipulated page 6, or at the bottom it also says page 404.
All right.
That was stipulated Exhibit number 2. And do you see the heading availability for emergencies?
I do.
And underneath that, there's a caption called that says recall or standby.
Yes.
And underneath that, it states that all sworn officers are subject to recall or standby duty. Can you tell me what that sentence means?
The sentence means that all sworn officers are subject to be called and told to come back to work. And also sworn officers are subject to be placed on standby.
Is this a guarantee that folks will be placed on standby or be called back into work?
No.
The next paragraph begins, when placed on such duty. Can you tell me what that means?
It does not appear to be applicable to recall or getting called back in. It appears to be applicable to standby. And when placed on such duty, meaning standby, those employees will hold themselves in readiness at all times and report to a specified location immediately if required.
And this exhibit also states that the rate of compensation will be that specified by city policy. What does that mean?
The rate of compensation specified by city policy, and then there's references to SOP, which is city policy 300-5-6 and -7. Those policies specifically relate to 300-5 is the overtime policy, 300-6 and 7 are the callback and standby policy. And so whichever of those policies is applicable is the one that should be applied. You can't apply a policy that's not applicable.
And were you aware of this DOI when you were in special operations?
Yes.
Does DOI 110403 designate any specific person or any specific unit to be on call to receive standby pay under SOP 300-7?
No.
Does DOI 110403 designate anyone in the department to be on call or to receive standby pay under 300-7?
No, it says that everyone is subject to that, but it doesn't specify who is.
And why do you say that no one has been designated to be on call to receive standby pay?
There's no list here. There's no designation of certain units or certain positions listed in 110403 to say this position is designated and approved to receive standby pay.
If you could, turn to City's Exhibit number 19, please. And if you could turn to page 8 of that exhibit. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. This is a city policy 300-1A. It's about human resources.
And on page 8, the policy defines work time as hours worked or all the time that an employee is suffered or permitted to work. Do you see that?
I do.
And having studied the standby duties of your personnel, and specifically the homicide and SEU teams, do their standby duties meet the definition of work time or hours worked?
No.
And why do you say that?
Defined within this policy, it says work time includes all time spent in physical or mental exertion, controlled or required by the city, and pursued primarily for the city and its business. And since when you are on standby, you can be sleeping. I guess as an extreme example, you're not pursuing the city's business while you're sleeping. You could also be engaged in a multitude of other activities that are not in pursuit of the city's business, cutting the grass, watching TV. So standby is not hours worked.
Let's look at City of Raleigh Exhibit number 16, please. Do you recognize this document, Captain Tomzak?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is a PowerPoint presentation printout. This particular printout was used by Police Attorney Alice Tejada to teach supervisors about personnel issues, and specifically about hours earned, hours worked, and that if someone has worked or earned time through the city, they need to be compensated appropriately.
When you were working with the crash reconstruction unit and subject to having to come back to work, were you able to engage in personal pursuits?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those, please?
Cutting the grass and sleeping are two of them that come to mind, but also, going shopping, playing with my kids. The only thing that I had to do very different was if I went to the movies, I had to make sure my phone was on silent, but I left my phone on, and when I went to church, I would leave my phone on but on silent. But in terms of what I was doing, there were the limitation I would say is don't engage in drinking alcohol.
And for what reasons would folks in the crash reconstruction unit be called out?
For fatality collisions within the city of Raleigh, for serious injury collisions where life-changing injuries have occurred, and for serious injury hit and runs.
Based on your personal knowledge, are the folks in the crash reconstruction unit more likely or less likely to be called out after they've gone home for the day than SEU?
More likely.
Why is that?
Well, there's only one crash reconstruction unit composed of 3 officers and a sergeant. SEU has historically had either 2 or 3 units that work a rotating schedule, so simple math will tell you they're able to cover more hours in a day than one unit working 10.5 hours 4 days a week, or 8.4 hours 5 days a week. Homicide has 2 units, and again, their hours are day shift 8 to 4 if they're on day shift. Evening shift is 3 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and so at most on a weekday, homicide's covering from 11 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning. SEU, based on the schedule they were working in 2016, would be covering as little as 4 hours on a given weekday and 12 hours on a Saturday or Sunday, whereas the crash reconstruction unit would be covering obviously all day Saturday and all day Sunday because they work weekdays. Homicide also would be covering all day Saturday and all day Sunday, in all fairness to them as well. But SEU with 3 teams, really, given the right schedule, they could have covered almost everything except Saturday and Sunday.
Could you please turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit 18?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is essentially the homicide on-call schedule. It's based on the detective sergeant on-call schedule. That's kind of like the format behind it. But this is the homicide on-call schedule starting at the end of 2016.
And in looking at the schedule, is there any employee or any team that would be required to cover from the end of their shift to the beginning of the next shift on a daily basis for an entire week?
No, as I said, the evening homicide unit, which is the on-call unit, is scheduled till 11 o'clock at night, and they would only cover until 8 o'clock in the morning, which is when the day shift unit comes on. So they're not covering from the end of their shift to the beginning of their next shift, if that is the question.
And based on this schedule, is this schedule consistent with the definition in section 5.1 of SOP 300-7? And if you need to look back, that's stipulated Exhibit 1 for the definition of standby duty.
I would say no. Definitions on 5.1 says that standby duty is the time an employee is required to be in contact with the Emergency Communications Center from the end of his or her normal workday to the beginning of the next.
If you could, Captain Tomzak, please turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit number 7.
What are we looking at?
City of Raleigh Exhibit 7.
7?
Yes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is the schedule rotation for in 2016 and 17 when SEU had 3 teams, and so the green is well, you can see the teams listed down the left-hand side: SEU 1, 2, and 3, and then the dates across the top. It's just a schedule for rotating when you have 3 teams.
Is this a record kept in the ordinary course of business?
It is.
And in looking at this schedule, is there any employee or any team who is required to cover from the end of their shift to the beginning of their next shift on a daily basis for an entire week?
No.
Based on your personal knowledge, why is it that no one in homicide is shown in City of Raleigh Exhibit 18 and SEU is shown in City of Raleigh Exhibit 7 were not required to cover from the end of their shift to the beginning of their next shift on a daily basis for an entire week?
Fundamentally, when you have multiple units, the day shift unit handles problems that pop up during the day. The night shift unit handles problems that pop up at night. And then with a 2-unit system, usually the night shift unit covers anything that happens between when they go home and between when the next team comes on. So it's fundamentally different than, for example, evidence works Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. There is no evening shift for evidence. So the on-call person, the person that gets paid standby for evidence, covers everything from 5 o'clock in the morning when they go home until 8 o'clock the next morning when they come back to work, if that makes sense. So they're covering 16 hours a day. SEU covers between 4 and 12 hours a day, depending on what they were working on this schedule. And homicide covers from 11 o'clock at night to 8 o'clock in the morning on weekdays, which is 9 hours. So a little bit different than evidence, who's covering 16.
Now, when you were in crash reconstruction and on the first to call list, how many hours of first to call time did you have to cover?
When I was the only person on the unit, it was a lot. It was every day, whenever I got called in, whenever. The current system now and the system that I had when I was a lieutenant in special operations, again, that unit worked 10 and a half hours a day, Tuesday through Friday. So they would cover from 5 o'clock at night till 6:30 the next morning, and then 5 o'clock on Friday night all the way until 6:30 on Tuesday morning. So more hours, significantly more hours.
Captain Tomzak, if you could, please turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit number 8.
All right.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it, please?
This is a report of off-duty employment worked by the petitioners during the period from October 1st, 2016 to September 29th, 2017.
And is this a record that's kept in the ordinary course of business?
It is.
If you could, please turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
The first page is a summary of the following pages. These are payroll records concerning approved absence requests for the petitioners during the period from October 1st, 2016 to September 29th, 2017.
And is this record kept in the ordinary course of business?
It is.
And finally, if you could turn to please turn to Exhibit City of Raleigh number 11. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is a payroll report that pulls information from the employees' submitted and approved timesheets. It contains information including the name of the employee, a report date, the time reporting code, which I mentioned before, which tells the payroll system how much someone's getting paid and where to pull that money from, the number of hours for that particular code, and then on the right-hand column, it contains the comments added by the officers about the time earned on that particular day.
And is this a record kept in the ordinary course of business?
It is?
And have you reviewed City of Raleigh Exhibits 8, 9, and 11?
I have.
And during your review of City of Raleigh Exhibits 8, 9, and 11, did you make any notes of your findings during your review?
I did.
And these are your personal notes that you made?
That's correct.
Did you review any additional timekeeping documents to verify the information in your notes?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there are essentially 3 documents kept for keeping time for the police department: a day off book, a roll call, and then the official timekeeping system. And so while reviewing these documents, I went back and checked the roll calls to correspond to these particular timekeeping notes made. So roll calls are kept and easily accessible through one of our servers.
And when you made these personal notes, were you looking at the records for all of the petitioners?
No, I specifically reviewed only the petitioners that were listed to testify in the hearing.
And do you have these personal notes with you?
I do.
And will they aid in the presentation of your testimony?
They will.
Now, you've said that you reviewed City of Raleigh's Exhibit number 11, which are their timesheets. What time period did the timesheets cover?
The particular report and the timesheets looked at in this report are from October 2016 through September 2017.
And when an employee is called back into work, is the employee required to document that time on their timesheet?
Yes.
What entries are they required to make?
They should, if they're called in beyond their regularly scheduled hours, they should document the start time when they got called in, when we start paying them or giving them comp time. They should list the end time, and then if it's more than their scheduled hours for the day, they're required to list the reason for those extra hours.
The petitioners claim in their responses to the questionnaires from Charnel Jones that they could not take vacation or freely use their time as they saw fit when they were on call. In your review of City of Raleigh Exhibits 8, 9, and 11, did you find any instances where any of the petitioners who were testifying took time off when they were on call?
Yes.
Can you give us a few of those examples, please?
Yes. And I apologize, I'm making sure I read the right rows here. On October the 9th, 2016, Lieutenant Howard was on call and he took petty leave. Additionally, 3 other members of his team were off at that time. On October the 18th, 2016, Lieutenant Howard took time off, full day, and that continued on the 19th, 20th, and 21st. On October the 21st, another member of his team was also off on vacation. On March the 25th, 2017, Lieutenant Howard took time off when he was on call or on standby. And on March the 26th, 2017, he also took time off, and so did 2 other members of his team.
And again, the times that they took time off were when they were scheduled to be on call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
On April the 10th, 2017, April the 11th, 2017, the 12th and the 13th, 2017, Detective Quirello took time off when he was on call, And on June the 8th, 2017, Detective Quirello took time off. And on June the 9th, 2017, on those two dates, it should be noted that another member of the homicide unit he was on that was on call took off. And on the second date, June the 9th, two members of that team took off.
Were these the only examples you found?
No,
And you've been present each day for this hearing, is that correct?
that is correct.
And you've heard testimony from petitioners?
Yes.
And do you recall any testimony from Brent Howard regarding whether folks on his team could take vacation when the entire team was on call or on standby?
Yes, his testimony was that it was, quote, completely acceptable for people who were on standby to take vacation, and that they did not need the entire team there, so if one or two were off, that was okay. Or one or two didn't come in, I think is the way it was said.
Do you recall testimony from Zeke Morse regarding whether homicide detectives were out of town when they were on call?
Yes, Detective Morse said that he was aware of instances where on-call homicide detectives had to respond from the mountains and also from the beach when they were called.
And do you recall testimony from Mark Quirello regarding whether he was out of town when he was on call?
Detective Quirello testified that in two instances he had to drive back to Raleigh from the beach while he was on call.
Could folks who have been designated and approved to receive standby pay under 300-7 be out of town or take vacation or at the beach as testified to by Howard, Morse, or Quirello?
I don't see how they would be able to complete the duties of on-call if they were out of town. They need to be available for immediate response. That's the purpose of an on-call position. I don't know what your definition of immediate is. Mine is not from the beach or mountains.
To your knowledge, has anyone from SEU or homicide ever been disciplined for being out of town, on vacation, or at the beach, as testified to by Howard, Morse, and Quirello when they were on call?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe Lieutenant Howard testified that he had no knowledge of anyone in SEU being disciplined for those circumstances. I don't recollect if Detective Morse said anything about discipline. I believe he said he was.
I think that the testimony we've already heard kind of speaks for itself. So I'm opposed that we keep having him summarize what the previous testimony was.
I just asked if he was, to his knowledge, if anybody in SEU or homicide had been disciplined.
And I think that's been asked and answered, so.
Petitioners claim in their responses to the questionnaires from Charnel Jones that it was impossible for them to work a secondary job during their own call time.
Okay, I'm objecting to the form of the question and mischaracterizing the evidence in this case.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Petitioners claim in their responses to the questionnaires from Charnel Jones that they could not work a secondary job during their own call time.
And I'm objecting that that's not what was said in the questionnaires. If you want to, I think they said it was difficult, but I mean, we can look at the questionnaire.
Have the questionnaires been offered in evidence?
They're already in evidence.
Yes.
Okay, they can speak for themselves.
To use Ms. Stevens' terminology, the petitioners claim in their responses to the questionnaires from Charnel Jones it was difficult for them to work a secondary job during their own call time. In your review of City of Raleigh Exhibits 8 and 11, did you find any instances where any of the petitioners who testified were working off-duty while on call?
Yes.
Can you please provide some examples?
Yes. On November the 19th, 2016, April the 11th, 2017, April the 12th, 2017, and April the 13th, 2017, Sergeant Kruger, who I believe at the time was an officer on SEU, worked off-duty jobs. And on November the 3rd, 2016, November the 18th, 2016, and December the 16th, 2016, Detective Jerry Falk worked off-duty jobs while on call.
Were these the only examples that you found?
No.
In Petitioner's Exhibit 1, which I'm not sure that you have the Petitioner's Exhibits in front of you, but in Petitioner's Exhibit 1, they provided a list of dates of callbacks for January to August 2017 for SEU. Did you look at these callbacks?
I did.
And what did you do to analyze Petitioner's Exhibit 1?
I looked at the list that they had provided, which lists the date, the scheduled hours that they had initially on that day, and then the hours that they worked. And then I compared that to the petitioner's timesheets and the petitioner's comments as they put in their timesheets and hours listed in their timesheets, and also did some comparisons with roll calls.
And when you looked at these records, did the data support the petitioner's allegations that they were called back to work frequently during this one-year time period?
No, I
What-
would say no.
What did you find?
I think it's a matter of language and interpretation, but when I am asked, did you get called back into work, my thoughts on that and my interpretation of that and my belief on that is, did I go home from work and I was in bed with my slippers on and I got called by my boss to come back into work, or was it a day off and I was cutting the grass and I got a phone call to come back into work? In some cases, in the petitioner's exhibit and on their timesheets, there are examples of that, and it's clearly delineated, and I have some examples. In other instances, and I think it's evident on the petitioner's exhibit, what they went through on a given day was simply what I would call a schedule change. They were told, instead of working 4P to 4A, for example, on January 21st, 2017, instead of working 4P to 4A, you're working 9A to 9P. They were called in for a drug search. That may have been a last-minute call. I don't know. Some other things that probably were not last-minute or callbacks, in my opinion, are the governor's inauguration party, the 4th of July. These are pre-planned events where I would more characterize their hour change as a schedule change. A callback is, there's something unexpected and unpredictable about a callback. But many of these events are simply events where, for example, in their own words, instead of working 5P to 3A one day, they worked day shift for a legislation protest. That was known about ahead of time. That was planned ahead of time. That's not a callback. It's certainly a schedule change, but it's not a callback or call-in.
And did you find times where the petitioners were called back to work?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Can you give a few examples?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question, that last question.
Can you give a few examples?
No, I didn't hear the question like before that, of what he's giving an example of.
And did you find the times where the petitioners were called back to work?
Okay,
And
thank
he
you.
said yes, and I
Okay.
asked him to.
Yeah, thank you, I'm sorry. Just the mask, it's hard to hear.
Thank you.
Yes. So, and I'm looking at timesheet records where the employees put their own comments in. They designate why they work hours outside of the normal. And for example, and this is in Exhibit 11 that I examined, and I apologize, but I need to flip to the correct page here to make sure I read it correctly. So a great example of documentation is Lieutenant Brent Howard on October the 2nd, 2016. Oh, I'm sorry. October the 2nd, 2016.
And can you tell us what page you're looking at in City of Raleigh
Hold on a
Exhibit
minute.
11?
I think we'll make sure I'm on the right page here. Yes, let me make sure. I think the page numbers are a little bit different on this than what I was reviewing. There we are. October 2nd, 2016, page 55 of Exhibit 11, page 55. If you look about 4 rows down, You see Lieutenant Howard's name, the date of October the 2nd, 2016. There's a time reporting code of regular. And there's actually, if you know how to read this, you kind of can translate this. There's a 3-hour block, and I know that there's 3 rows that say it, but you can see very clearly it says called in for a barricade. And so what that means is he was called in after hours to handle a barricaded subject. There's some other examples of this on May the 17th of 2017, and that's on page 59. Again, with Lieutenant Howard, I would flag this as a possibly called in. It looks like he came in, and you can read the comments just as well as I can, called in early for a search. So it looks like he got called in like a half an hour or an hour early to do a search. So he was regularly scheduled on that day. He got called and asked to come in a half an hour early, and then he stayed late for paperwork and a security check at that particular location. So I would say, I would characterize that as maybe a call-in, but there's definitely another one on August the 20th. And I apologize. These pages are out of order in my book, so that's why I'm having trouble. I apologize. We go from 59 to 62 to 61 to 60, so give me just a moment. On page 61 of Exhibit 11, you can see on August the 20th, Lieutenant Howard clearly says got called in at 1300, which is 1 o'clock p.m., and worked until 02:30, which is 2:30 in the morning, in reference to a domestic-related 3-5 suspect. That is exactly what we're looking for when we look for comments about why you're earning extra time. It's very clear. We can go back to that date and we can say you were called in for a domestic-related 3-5 suspect, which is a break-in involving a domestic suspect. So police people know what that means. Similarly, with Detective Morse on, for example, page 117. Oh, Lord. On page 117, on December the 2nd, he clearly states in his comments for the day, called in earlier for homicide. He's got a case number listed. He's got his hours listed as 5:30 in the morning till midnight. That is what should be listed if you get called in from home to work something. He's got another one further down that page on December the 14th, 03:30, which is very early in the morning, to 8:30 in the evening, called in reference homicide investigation. He's got a case number listed. And so there are certainly instances in the timesheets where folks on SEU and homicide were both called in, and it's clearly documented they were called in from home and worked overtime hours or comp hours for that.
Were you able to reconcile all of the callback dates on Petitioner's Exhibit 1 with the city's official time records?
No.
Can you please explain?
Looking at the dates that in Petitioner's Exhibit 1 and the dates in the official timesheets for the city, they're simply, if Petitioner's Exhibit 1, which was my understanding, let me be clear that these were considered call-outs by the petitioners, that's not reflected in their own timesheets. So the numbers, much less, I think, Lieutenant Howard's got, during the same time period, 4 call-outs listed where it's clear that he was called in from home for a special reason. Detective Morse also has 4. I'm sorry, Detective Morse is not in this group. I apologize. This is just SEU. So Lieutenant Howard has 4 call-outs through the timesheets that I found. Ethan Albert had 2, Brian Bracey had 2, Jay Kruger had 6 or 7. So not consistent with the exhibit.
Okay. And looking at Petitioner's Exhibit 1, did you see any examples of events that would be considered what you had testified to earlier as a schedule change and not a callback?
Sure.
Can you give some examples of those, please?
Well, I think just looking at Petitioner's Exhibit 1, it's pretty clear they did a good job rating on here. 4th of July event. So on the 4th of July, which is a large event for the city of Raleigh, the team 1 was scheduled off, and they had to work 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Along with a lot of other people in the city. On 4/2 or April the 2nd, You can see that Team 1 was initially scheduled to work 12 hours that day from 4P to 4A, and they did, in fact, work 12 hours that day. They just worked from 6A to 6P because we had a marathon running through the city, and they were the emergency response team for the marathon. So I would not characterize that, again, as a call-in. That's simply a schedule change.
And how are personnel notified about these schedule changes?
By their supervisor in nearly all the cases, but also via email, phone calls, but through their supervisor. Their supervisor is the one that can tell them what they're working, so their supervisor is going to come down and say it, either the direct supervisor or their boss's boss.
And how much notice do folks receive for these schedule changes?
Sometimes not much. I think if their schedule was being changed for a drug search that had to be executed, it might not be very much notice at all, less than 24 hours notice. But in a lot of instances, the notice is given several days or even weeks in advance. The 4th of July is the same date every year. The Christmas parade is the week before Thanksgiving in the city of Raleigh, and we know it every single year.
The SEU petitioners are alleging that whenever they have to come in on their days off to work a special event, that they're on standby. Is that your understanding of what standby means?
I'm objecting to the form of the question. And again, trying to characterize our
If you
position.
will, restate your question.
According to...
Please restate the question.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chairman Reeves. When petitioners have to work a special event, are they on standby?
No, I wouldn't characterize that as standby at all. That would,
And why not?
at most, a similar term might be callback. Maybe if they were called in to work it at the last minute, but otherwise I would characterize that as a schedule change.
Is a schedule change with reasonable notice standby?
No, nor would I say it's callback.
After an analysis of the time records and Petitioner's Exhibit 1, how often were SEU called out after critical incidents?
For critical incidents, I would say each team less than 10 times a year for getting called in for something like that as opposed to a schedule change.
And how many SEU teams were there at that time?
3.
In the police department, are there any other units that are subject to schedule changes for special events?
Every single police officer within my own district in the Southwest District, my community officers get told by my boss, well, I guess they get told by me. My boss tells me your community people are working Saturday, so they had to work a couple Saturdays ago for a mask and food distribution in another part of the city, and they have to work coming up for a litter pickup, working with solid waste services in the city. So yes, schedule changes are part of the job.
At this hearing, Detective Morse testified that he was called in an average of 5 times per month or 60 times per year. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were you able to verify by the official timesheets whether this figure is accurate?
I'm objecting just because I think he was testifying as to the group as a whole. He didn't testify as to himself. He was testifying as to an average over a 6-month period. So I'm objecting to the form of the question.
Please restate the question, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, let me ask you, how much longer do you think you will
I would
your
say
direct
less.
examiners?
Yeah, I would say less than half an hour.
Okay. Well, we've been going for an hour and a half. Let's take about a 10-minute break and resume as promptly as we can. But we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, thank you.
He said 10 minutes.
Ms. Smith, I believe you were going to rephrase or ask questions to Captain Tomczak.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Reeves.
Mr. Chair, before we get started, I don't think that Commissioner Ball is back yet.
Oh, yes, she is. Actually, no, I just now noticed. There she is.
Okay, let's resume.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Reeves. Captain Tomczak, were you able to verify whether the homicide unit was called out an average of 5 times a month or 60 times per year?
But both homicide units or just one of them?
Both homicide units.
That seems a little bit high. So we average 20 to 23 homicides a year in the city since 2014. They do, however, come in not just for homicides, but if, for example, we arrest a suspect in a homicide after hours, the original detective would come in and do that interview. Obviously, it's their case. So it doesn't seem to be reflected in the timesheets that I examined, no.
Thank you. And speaking of timesheets, how does an employee submit their time?
An employee pulls up their own electronic timesheet in ERP PeopleSoft. They type in the number of hours that they've earned on a given day, and they select the proper time reporting code to go along with those hours that they earn.
If you could, Captain Tomczak, turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit 21. 21. 21. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is a verification for a timesheet submission. When an employee submits their timesheet electronically, it doesn't just automatically go. They get this message delivered to them that says, your employee sign-off says, I certify that I verified the timesheet prior to submission.
And briefly, can you describe how the employee submits their time and what's involved in that?
You fill out your timesheet electronically with the hours and the time reporting code, as I talked about. You submit your timesheet. It must be submitted at the end of the 2-week pay period. The city works for police officers on a 2-week pay period. Your supervisor then reviews your entire timesheet and then has the ability to approve it or make changes, whatever they feel is necessary. And then you get a check.
Captain Tomczak, can you please look at Petitioner's Exhibit number 2?
I don't know that I have that. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
Can you tell me what that is, please?
This is a printout of Brent Howard's timesheet for March 2019, it looks like. It's
What year?
I can't, it's 18 or 19, I can't read it. I don't know if there's another, it looks like 19 to me, March of 2019, maybe. Oh, that's when he logged in. It looks like March, the beginning date is March 16th, 2019 of this 2-week time period that we're looking at.
And do you see a reference to standby pay?
I do.
If you could, please turn to page 3 of Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Can you tell me what this is, please?
This is what I would characterize as a pay stub. That's a little colloquial. A pay sheet that you get when the city pays you out. It lists the name of the employee. It lists how much money you're earning, hourly rate, biweekly rate. It lists what you were paid for, so vacation time, comp time, regular time, all these different time reporting codes that you put in. This is a representation of what bucket, for lack of a better word, the money comes out of when it gets put into your bank account.
And looking at the pay stub, is there a reference to standby pay?
Not obviously, no, but there is a reference to it.
And can you explain, please?
Sure. On the pay stub, on the left-hand side, there is a time reporting code, or it's not really a time reporting code in this sense. There's the words overtime straight. That is where the money that you get paid standby for comes out of. That's the bucket that the standby money comes out of if you get paid for standby. And this particular employee, Brent Howard, was paid for 8 hours out of the overtime straight account, and that correlates with the standby duty that was on the timesheet, which is the first 2 pages of this.
Do all employees have the option to choose this standby code, or is it limited to those positions that have been designated and approved to receive standby pay?
The option is there for anyone to choose. If you look at page 2 on this, you can see that there's 4 rows with time reporting codes. And you can see that the first row says COMPT, comp time taken. That's an absence request. There's no drop-down menu for that. And then sick time, further on down, is also an absence request. There's no drop-down for that. But you can see that regular and standby both look like they're in a drop-down menu. That's because they're in the same menu. That's the time reporting code that I referenced earlier, where an employee gets to choose where their money's coming from, what they're getting paid for. Now, their supervisor has to approve it, but they can pick anything on the list. ATF funds, DEA funds, JAG accounts, standby, holiday premium pay, which is time and a half. So the list is there for anyone, any sworn officer to choose from.
And at this time of this timesheet back in 2019, Lieutenant Howard was on the list to receive standby pay. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, what happens after an employee submits their time?
The supervisor goes in, reviews the timesheet, makes sure that everything is correct, and then approves it. And then payroll every other Monday, make sure everything's approved, and then checks get cut and money sent to bank accounts.
Please turn to City of Raleigh Exhibit 22.
All right.
Do you recognize this document?
This is a pay stub for an employee.
Is that similar to Lieutenant Howard's pay stub?
It is. It's similar to it. You can see that there's wages, there's amount earned, and there's a description of what buckets the money's coming out of, for lack of a better word.
And if this employee in City of Raleigh Exhibit number 22 or Lieutenant Howard had a problem with their paycheck, what should they do?
They should first go to their supervisor, pull up the timesheet, and make sure that the two of them, with the submission and the approval, didn't make a mistake in one of the time reporting codes or anything like that. If no mistake was made and there's still a problem somewhere, I would recommend that they call me. I'm kind of the go-to person on the department. I think Lieutenant Howard testified to that earlier. I'm the go-to person on the department for payroll issues. And then if I looked at it and we all looked at it and we said, we're not sure what's going on, we would call the City of Raleigh Payroll Department to try to figure out what the employee's complaint was and why it wasn't handled.
Let's look at stipulated Exhibit number 26.
All right.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is, please?
This is City Policy 300-5, overtime pay.
And can you please turn to page 2 of that document?
All right.
And what does Section 6.1 of this policy require?
Requires employees accurately report to their supervisors the actual time that they have worked.
And what does paragraph 6.2 of this policy require?
Employees shall accurately report to their supervisors in any form the supervisor directs all time taken off during the week or work cycles such as petty leave, vacation, sick leave, comp time, or leave without pay.
And what does Section 6.3 require?
employees shall immediately report to their supervisors any errors or discrepancies in the city's records of their hours worked or in their compensation.
Did any of the petitioners ever come to you to report that they should have been receiving standby pay?
The closest thing to it would be when Lieutenant Howard called me about a callback issue in May of 2017.
If any of the petitioners had raised the issue of standby pay with their supervisor and not with you, to your knowledge, how would it have been addressed?
The issue of standby, I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yes, if any of the petitioners had raised the issue of standby pay with their supervisor and not with you, to your knowledge, how would that have been addressed?
If it was just a query about how that works, their supervisor probably would have called me or called City of Raleigh payroll. If it was a grievance, like, hey, we should be getting standby pay and we're not, and it was a grievance filed with the supervisor, then it should have gone up that chain of command to be handled.
Let's look at Cities of Raleigh Exhibit Number 1.
All right?
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is an email that I wrote to my boss at the time, Major Rob Council. I was the captain in administration. This memo, or this email rather, is in reference to an evidence specialist that was on paid standby who failed to respond when they were called and come back into work. I investigated that complaint, and as part of that investigation, I pulled reports about standby pay and callback pay for the evidence unit and for this particular employee, but looking at everything else because something that I discovered in my investigation was that a lot of people were getting 3 hours, exactly 3 hours of callback pay every time they came in. Statistically, that's not very likely. And what we've had to do on this department, we've had problems with in the past, is we do have a departmental policy that if you go to court, you get a minimum of 3 hours of time inclusive of travel. What has happened over the years is people, and it ebbs and it flows, have taken this 3-hour court minimum and kind of done that for everything. And so in examining the records, I discovered that people were getting 3 hours of callback when city policy clearly defines callback pay and what you're supposed to get paid for. So this was an email to Major Council saying, listen, we've got a problem. I'd like to go ahead and get some information out about this. Let's get this handled. So we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing here.
Let's look at City of Raleigh Exhibit Number 17, please.
All right.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, these are the reports that, these aren't the exact reports that I ran, but the reports about callback and standby that I was just talking about. These were run at a later time, but this is the same report that I would have run, or similar report. And you can see that for the first 2 pages, the TRC, or time reporting code, is CLLBK. That's callback pay. That's at time and a half someone's pay rate. And the second pages, or the pages after that, are listed with the time reporting code STDBY. That's standby pay. And you can see that for callback, even just looking down, you can see that there's several 3-hour, a lot more 3-hour increments than we would expect to see. And then for standby, you can see that nearly everyone's getting 8.0 hours of standby on this list, but there are some listed at 8.4 hours, which again is a problem. The city policy says you get 8 hours, not 8.4.
Let's turn back to City of Raleigh Exhibit Number 2, please.
All right.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
After emailing Major Council in the aforementioned email and having a meeting with him about callback and standby, specifically with the evidence unit, but we also saw some other people that were on paid standby had put themselves in for 8.4 hours of standby pay instead of 8 hours of standby pay. Major Council and I met with Deputy Chief Perry. They asked me to draft a memo to address the 3-hour minimum that people had been putting in for callback, and also the issue with some of the detective sergeants putting in for 8.4 hours of standby instead of 8, which is very likely a clerical error. Like I said, our schedule is strange, and we work 8.4 hours a day, not 8. So they type in 8.4 5 times that week, and they just stroked it in. I'm assuming nothing nefarious on behalf of those people. But we want to get it right. So this memo was something that I drafted to Deputy Chief Perry and Major Counsel to address those two issues.
And the third paragraph starts with the phrase, "as a reminder." What are you reminding folks about?
I'm reminding those employees that are receiving standby pay that they only get 8 hours a week, not 8.4. It doesn't seem like much, but those 24 minutes add up. Do it right.
In addition to this correspondence, did you discuss the matter with your major?
I did.
Did you discuss it with Deputy Chief Perry?
I did.
Was it ever your intent when you were drafting this memo to get Deputy Chief Perry to designate the petitioners for standby pay?
No.
And in fact, could Deputy Chief Perry have designated anyone to receive standby pay?
No.
And why is that?
The department head designates, that would be Chief Deck Brown, not Deputy Chief Perry, and the city manager must approve. And so he did not have the authority to designate nor approve anyone to receive standby pay.
Let's look at stipulated Exhibit 5, Captain Tomzak. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is?
This is a memo that Deputy Chief Perry sent out to the division commanders, so Special Operations Division, Field Operations, all the different division commanders. This was sent out, the date's May 4th. You can see it's very similar to the memo that I sent to Deputy Chief Perry and Major Counsel, but it addresses similar issues. The language is almost identical to what I sent in Deputy Chief Perry.
Did you have any input into the creation of this memo?
No, other than my work was plagiarized.
Did you ever have a discussion with Lieutenant Howard about this memo that Deputy Chief Perry had sent out?
I did.
Please tell me about that.
I was in my office, and it would have been in May 2017, based on the memo. Lieutenant Howard Brent called me. He was a sergeant down on SEU, and he said, "Hey, I've got a question about this memo that I got from the deputy chief." And I said, "Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What memo? I don't remember seeing any memos from the deputy chief kind of stick in your brain when you get them, but I wasn't a division commander, so I didn't get it." He said it talks about callback pay, and I talked to my boss, who was Lieutenant Steve Gunner at the time, about callback pay. And I said, "Oh, okay, callback pay memo." I'm thinking to myself, this is the same memo that I sent the deputy chief. He just very frankly took my name off, put his name on. Anyone who's had a boss knows that sometimes you get asked to draft things that other people take credit for, and that's fine. And so I said, "Okay, what about callback pay?" And Lieutenant Howard said, "Well, we have a question. On SEU, we usually start the clock running or start earning comp time the moment we get a phone call when we get called back in. So if you're in bed with the slippers on and the phone rings and it's, 'Hey, I need you to come in,' you just look at your phone and say, 'Okay, my call-in time started at 3:03 in the morning.'" And he said, "That's what we do, but this memo says it doesn't start till you actually leave your house and then get back home." And I said, "Oh, yeah, the callback pay," I said, "Listen, you don't get callback pay. You're compensated in a different way. You get comp time. This memo, the language in that does not apply to you. It does not apply to you at all." I said, "The way that overtime works," I said, "as long as your boss thinks that whatever you're putting in is reasonable for whatever work you earned, then that's the hurdle. It's not this city policy. It does not apply to you. This is specifically for people who get callback pay for being on paid standby." And he said, "Well, I got a question about that." He said, "I'm on standby, but I don't get standby pay." And I said, "Well, you're on standby with a little s, not standby with a big S, for lack of a better word." And if you look at the memo that I wrote, and again, I think part of the confusion was at this point I didn't realize it was a different memo. I said standby big S, standby little s, and he said, I'm not sure what you mean. And I said, "Well, you're on standby with a little s, standby. But other people are on standby with a big S, they get standby pay." And we kind of went around and around, and at some point, I realized that something that, because I was like, it's on the memo, and he's like, I don't see that on the memo. But you can see on the memo that I wrote clearly, standby pay is standby with a capital S, because that's a specific designation, someone who gets standby pay.
And Captain Tomczak, that is, your memo is
sorry.
City of Raleigh Exhibit 2, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and Chief Perry's memo is stipulated Exhibit 5.
Yes.
Please
And
continue.
so we kind of went around and around, and he said, I don't understand what my group is, or I don't understand what my status is, or anything like that. And I said, Brent, I don't know what to tell you. And it was, I mean, Brent is what I called him. We've known each other for years. I said, Brent, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you're in the I'm getting F group, just like everybody else around here. You know, I don't. Brent and I have worked together for years. There's nothing really in that language that I think would be disturbing or anything like that to him. Others may be offended by it, but I certainly didn't think he was, and I don't know that he was. And after that, I said, and it was clear that he was confused about this. The other thing going through my head was I taught this in supervisor training, and you were in it. I don't know why this is coming up again. You know, we've been through this already. People were upset about it, and it was explained, and it didn't come up again until now. And I said, listen, I said, you know, I agree. We tried to get standby pay for CRU and SEU when I was in special operations. I said, Major Deans came back and said no. I said, but, you know, now's maybe a good time to send it up again. You got a different boss over there, and I hope that you get it, and I wish you luck. I said, but you're just not on the approved list to get pay. But good luck. I said, send it up your chain of command and see what you can do.
Did you consider Lieutenant Howard to be lodging a grievance during this call?
No, this was a call, again, at the very outset, it was a call for information about callback. When does the clock start ticking on this? And I answered that, and then the conversation changed to the standby, and again, it was more of a query. You know, I'm not really understanding, what group am I in, how does this all work? And so I explained it, my understanding of it, and the way that I had explained it in training, and the way that it was explained to me. And again, at the end of the conversation, I encouraged him to file a request up his chain of command to get approval to get paid, and I wished him good luck.
If he were lodging a grievance and dissatisfied with your response, what would policy have required Lieutenant Howard to do after that?
If he filed a grievance with me as the administrative captain and was unhappy with my response, he should have filed an appeal to my direct boss, who would have been Major Rob Council.
And do you know if he did that?
I don't know. I was never asked about it, so I don't know if he did, but I assume no.
Let's look at stipulated Exhibit 6.
All right.
This is a letter that the petitioner's attorney, Kelly Stevens, sent on June 29, 2017. And in this letter, she says that Sergeant Howard, through his attorney, that Sergeant Howard had spoke to the administrative captain, which is you, and he did not receive a response regarding the concerns of himself and these employees regarding standby pay. Is it correct when it's alleged in this letter that you did not give Lieutenant Howard a response?
No, I gave him a response. I said, you're not in the group that's getting paid, and send a request up your chain of command, and I wish you luck. We had tried it before in years past, and I don't know that he was aware that we tried it in years past, very frankly, but I did tell him that at the time and said, send it up your chain of command. You got a new boss. Maybe things will work out different.
Let's look at stipulated Exhibit 25.
All right.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is, please?
This is Raleigh Police Department Policy 110501, Discipline, Appeals, and Grievances.
And what does it state about formal grievances?
On page, stipulated page 37, it says at the top, statement of grievance, formal grievances must be submitted in writing.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Stipulated page 937. It's about 8 pages in, I think.
Okay.
At the very top, it says formal grievances must be submitted in writing.
And
I'm not seeing where you are.
Stipulated 937, it says statement of grievance. The second sentence says formal grievances must be submitted in writing. Stipulated 0937?
Yeah, exhibit 25.
Yes,
Yeah, can I take a look
absolutely.
if you could turn to stipulated exhibit 24. Do
All
you
right.
recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell me what it is
This is a City of Raleigh management policy.
regarding,
This is regarding grievance grievance resolution, excuse me.
and if an employee is going to be making a grievance on behalf of a work group, what should those employees do?
This management policy clearly states that grievances, problems, or complaints shared by a number of employees within a work group should be presented to the supervisor responsible for the work group.
Did it seem to you that Lieutenant Howard was filing an individual grievance when he called you?
I don't think he was filing an individual grievance or a group grievance. He was just calling me up to ask me questions. I didn't take it as a grievance at all.
And were you in his chain of command?
No.
And did he tell you that he was filing a grievance on behalf of other employees?
No. I think he may have, I don't remember, no. If he said anything, he might have said, we have some questions, indicating a plural, but I don't, no.
Did Lieutenant Howard ever follow up with you to ask why he had not gotten a response?
No.
And who would have been the appropriate person for Lieutenant Howard to address his grievance to?
To his own supervisor and his own chain of command.
If Lieutenant Howard had been more clear with you and said that he was, in fact, filing a grievance, how would you have addressed it?
Even though I'm not in his chain of command, I would have asked him specifically what his grievance was and would have taken notes on it and would have prepared a response and notified my supervisor.
Do you often get questions from police department employees related to compensation matters?
Yes.
How often?
Now, in my job as a district commander that has nothing to do with that, only a couple times a week,
And when you were the administrative services captain?
daily.
And why is that? Why were you getting these questions?
I teach the class on payroll and how the system works, and very frankly, I'm very open with my city phone number, and I tell people if you have questions about something, give me a call. I think it's a day and age where we reach out to the experts in an area, not necessarily our own chain of command if it's just an explanation needed. My own boss may not know something that someone else might know.
Do you consider every question that someone comes to you with about payroll to be filing of an oral grievance if the employee doesn't like your answer?
No.
Is it reasonable for employees calling you to assume that they're filing an oral grievance anytime they ask you a question?
I'm objecting to the form of the question. Of what other people would think or assume. He's not within his knowledge.
You want to care to rephrase the question, Ms. Smith?
Sure. When employees call you with questions, do you assume that they're filing an oral grievance?
No.
And why not?
That's just unreasonable. I would, if every question to me was a grievance, all I would do all day is sit down and take grievances all day long.
When you were a sergeant, were you familiar with the city and the department's grievance procedures?
Yes.
And if someone came to you with a grievance, what steps would you have followed as a sergeant?
It happened when I was a sergeant, and the steps that I followed were I took the grievance, I condensed it down to writing, I notified my boss, and I responded within 5 business days to that grievance.
And would Lieutenant Howard, who had been a sergeant for over 6 years, would he have been trained on how to deal with a grievance?
Yes.
And do you expect Lieutenant Howard to be able to advise his employees on how to file a grievance?
Yes.
The folks in SEU and homicide, do they receive other benefits that most other sworn law enforcement employees do not receive?
They receive some benefits that other law enforcement officers do not receive. Yes, that's correct.
And can you give me some examples?
Members of SEU and homicide are both allowed to have take-home cars they can use for commuting to and from work. They have city cell phones. Members of SEU get to exercise or work out on duty. Members of the homicide unit do not have to rotate through the detective on-call, or excuse me, not detective on-call, detective weekend schedule. So we always have detectives working on Saturdays and Sundays, but we don't have anyone permanently assigned to that, so the detectives, other detectives besides homicide, have to rotate through and work 2 weekends a year to cover that weekend duty. SEU and homicide both receive special trainings that are not available to others. SEU, of course, because they're our tactical team, gets all kinds of toys. I don't know if that's a benefit, but they certainly get a lot of different and specialized equipment, but to do their job, very frankly.
Let's look at City of Raleigh Exhibit 10, please.
All right.
Can you tell me what these are?
This is a report compiled from pay stubs or pay sheets that list the different types of pay that the petitioners received from October 2016 to September 2017. So it talks about what buckets kind of they're getting paid out of, for lack of a better word.
And does this show some pay for some of these extra benefits that they receive?
Yes, I would say so. There's uniform allowance listed for the homicide detectives, but every detective gets that, very frankly. The thing that jumps off the page the most is the overtime. There's a lot of overtime being paid out to some of these people, and I think that is reflective of the fact that historically the homicide, if I may explain how overtime works just
Sure.
briefly. I promise it will be brief because it's complicated, but the gist of it is that as you accrue this extra time, you come in and you work when you're not scheduled to work, that goes into a comp bank. If your comp bank reaches over 70 hours at the end of a pay period, if you are a non-exempt employee, you're paid for all the hours over 70, and then your bank goes back to 70. The city's a business. They don't want to pay you for overtime that they don't have to pay you for, and so supervisors are told to keep your people away from the 70 limit. Give them time off, get them to offset their hours, whatever needs to be done. Historically, the homicide unit has been permitted to carry high amounts of comp time in their bank so that if they do get called in, a lot of that time bumps them up over 70 and they get paid for that, and that's reflected in the overtime earned in some of the homicide detectives listed here.
And what about page 2 of Exhibit 10?
Page 2 and 3 are, this is a report based on the miles that these petitioners with take-home cars drive to and from work, and using the IRS standard rate, monetarily what that is worth at the end of the year.
Captain Tomczak, there has been some confusion during this hearing about the terms on-call, standby, callback, and now first to call. Can you clear up this confusion or attempt to clear up this confusion as to what these terms mean?
I can attempt to clear it up. So I think that, first of all, call back or call in or call out, the time when you specifically, after you get a phone call and you are back at work, that's a whole separate discussion than standby. So standby is being in preparedness to go to work. Callback is when you're actually at work. I hope that clarifies that aspect very completely. The rest of it, standby versus on-call versus after hours versus first to call, I think those terms can be taken to be synonymous, but there are some distinctions. There is a distinction between standby and paid standby. As an analogy, I want to talk for just a minute about take-home police vehicles. As you drive home today, you may drive by someone's house and see a police car in their driveway. And you may say to yourself, that's a take-home car, and that's a reasonable assumption. We use the word take-home car to mean a bunch of different things for someone who has a car they take home from their job, whatever it is. The truth of the matter is that car being in the driveway could be there for a number of reasons. It could be a take-home car because of someone's rank. I get a take-home car because I'm a lieutenant. That's part of the benefits. Or excuse me, I'm not a lieutenant, I'm a captain. I get a take-home car for being a captain. It's one of the benefits I got. I also got it from being a lieutenant. You can get a take-home car because of your individual job position within the department, like homicide and SEU do. They get it because of their job. You can get a take-home car because of your skill set. So I'm thinking about an arson investigator. Now, that's not a particular, they have other jobs besides being an arson investigator, but they get a take-home car because they're the arson investigator in addition to their other duties, so they get a take-home car. You may get a take-home car because you live inside the city limits of Raleigh and you are at least a first-class officer. That's specifically called a PPV, a personalized police vehicle. So there's all these different reasons that you might have a car in your driveway. And to most people, you look at it and you say, that's a take-home car. But the truth is, there's different rules about how you got that car, and there's different rules about what you have to do when you commute using that car. If you have a PPV or a personalized police vehicle, you are required to respond to calls that are close to you, priority calls, as you drive to and from your place of home, your home to your job. And obviously that's not the case for, well, I don't know if it's obvious, but that's not the case for other take-home cars. If you are driving a PPV, there's other additional rules that apply about logging in and keeping your radio on and things like that. And so to sum that up, I think that you can look at something and it looks the same, but the reality is you get to that point in different ways, and the rules governing that are different. And that's, I think, what the difference is between standby and paid standby. Standby simply means being held in a state of readiness. That's all that it means. And, the policy talks about all sworn officers being eligible for standby, and that's what that means. If the city needs you, the city will say to you, I need you to be on standby. Something may happen, we have good intelligence, and you're on standby because we may need you to come back in. If you don't come in, as I've testified before, and I've had that happen, and the petitioners have testified before, there's no punishment for that. Well, at least there never has been. The only time that I'm aware of punishment is when someone was on paid standby. Paid standby is a monetary benefit the city is giving you and saying in response for us paying you, you will be available for immediate response. And if you are not, you will be punished because we are paying you to be in this position. Someone on paid standby would not be allowed to go to the beach or the mountains. They would not be able to, or it would not be completely acceptable for them to not come in if they were on paid standby, as we've heard happened on SEU. And there's a reason for that. They're not on paid standby. There's a lower standard for what's acceptable. And I think that that is the difference. And so while it may look the same, it's not the same. And actually, if you look closely enough, it's not even the same. Paid standby people, if my evidence technician had been in the mountains instead of just not answering the phone, I not only would have had a fit, I'd have had a huge fit and probably would have suspended them or tried to get them suspended because that is a dereliction of what paid standby means. You are being paid to be in a state of readiness and immediately respond when you get called. If you don't answer the phone or you can't come in or you are out of town 3 or 4 or 2 hours away, you are in trouble. But this unpaid standby, this regular small s standby, for lack of a better word, is handled differently because it is different. The punishment is not there. The expectations are different than paid standby. So I don't know I hope that clarifies a little bit. I can't clear up the on-call, the after hours, the standby. That's like a take-home car versus a commuter car. The language is, I think the vernacular means almost the same. I think the key takeaway from this is there's actually two different things, and they're actually different. They look alike from the 10,000-foot view. But as you zoom in, you can see that there are two different things. Paid standby, or standby is a big S, as I so called it, and standby, or standby with a little s.
And are you aware of whether anyone on paid standby has ever been disciplined for failure to respond?
Oh, yes.
Can you tell me about that, please?
As I alluded to before, when I was the admin captain, I had an evidence specialist, and I got a call actually from the evidence supervisor because a homicide detective had called the evidence specialist. The evidence specialist didn't answer the phone. And the homicide detective, justifiably and rightfully so, and thank goodness, notified the evidence supervisor. The evidence supervisor called me and said, hey, this is what I heard happened. And I said, oh, all right, let me look into it. So we looked into it, and the evidence specialist in this case did not answer the phone. It was in a purse, supposedly. I don't know that I got the exact real reason why it wasn't answered, but it wasn't answered. The calls kept coming and coming and coming to that phone, and eventually, several hours later, the evidence specialist did answer the phone and did respond back to the station. In the meantime, the poor homicide detective sitting there with a card that they wanted to store in the secure evidence locker. Let me speak something about evidence. Evidence is, Chief Deck Brown cannot get into the evidence room. That is why there is an evidence person on paid standby, because no one has access to that stuff except evidence. That's why we pay someone to come in when we have to store things that don't fit in lockers. And so in addition to the problem with them not answering the phone and coming in and being immediately responsive as required by policy, the other issue was this person came in so late that they got 3 hours of callback pay, and some of that callback time and a half pay overlapped with when they were supposed to start their shift. So Captain Tomzak was having two fits, one because you didn't call in, and one because now you're getting paid double time and a half for a very short period at the beginning of your shift. That's what triggered the callback part of this. And in addition to being punished for that, well, I wouldn't say in addition to, the punishment also included, of course, garnishing of the wages for the time, the callback time that you were paid that you should not have earned because it overlapped with your regular shift. So there was actual punishment that came down in terms of discipline, and also there was some, a small amount, it's not that much money, but a small amount of money that we did have to take back.
Thank you, Captain Tomzak.
Ms.
That's all.
Ms. Smith, excuse me, how much longer with Captain Tomzak?
That was the last question, Chairman Reeves. Thank you for your testimony, Captain Tomzak. At this time, I would like to move into evidence, City of Raleigh Exhibits 1, 2, 6 through 12, 15 through 19, and 21 through 24. And if there are any previously offered exhibits that have not been admitted, we would ask that those be admitted as well.
Okay, I do not object to the ones you named, but then you just said you want to admit everything else, so.
Well, 1 through 24, we've offered testimonies to all of those exhibits
Okay.
throughout the hearing.
I have no objection.
The exhibits are admitted.
And Chairman
Ms.
Reeves.
Stevens, Ms. Stevens, I assume you want to cross-examine the captain?
I do. Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay. Captain Tomzak, you would agree that in the police department that your exempt employees would be lieutenants, captains, majors, the deputy chief, and the chief of police. Is that correct?
No, sergeants are also exempt employees.
Okay. What about above a pay grade 35? Who are your employees in the police department?
That's correct. We, in the police department, we don't use pay grades any longer. Those have been transitioned to ranks. And sergeants are, so when I teach payroll training, what I say is anyone who's a lieutenant or above is an exempt employee. Anyone who is below the rank of sergeant is a non-exempt employee. And I wait for the question. Well, hold on, I'm a sergeant. What am I? You are an exempt employee for some things and a non-exempt employee for other things. So I don't disagree with your statement that in some cases they are treated as exempt employees, but in other cases they are treated as non-exempt employees.
Okay. Well, as far as pay grade 35 or higher, who are your employees in the police department?
35 or higher would correlate to the rank of sergeant, the current rank of sergeant.
And how are you all paying standby pay to these sergeants? Wouldn't that be in violation of 300-7? You started paying standby pay to these petitioners starting July 1st of 2018.
I know how we're paying that. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it.
Okay. You, okay, so you basically say that your exempt employees are lieutenants and above, but the pay grade for a sergeant is not, so you're kind of confusing me.
I know, and to be very frank, I haven't dealt with the pay grades in quite a while. So the pay grade system was eliminated several years after I got here, and it was replaced with a different pay structure for the police department, and then it's been replaced again since then. So even since I've been on the department, it's been replaced twice.
Okay.
And so what we have to do is go back and say, okay, this policy refers to a pay grade 35. What does that mean as we transition through the years, if that makes sense?
Okay, so you're not sure at the time the grievances were filed, these employees were,
I don't know what exact pay grade. I would say the way that I teach, and my understanding of it is, lieutenants and above are absolutely exempt employees, no problem at all. Sergeants are exempt employees, but the city gives them some benefits that are not available to others. So let me give you an example that this might help clarify. If I get over 70 hours in my comp bank that we talked about, if I work 80 hours, or I have 80 hours accrued, at the end of the pay period, I lose 10 hours. I don't get paid for them. They just disappear because I'm an exempt employee. Sergeants get paid for that. However, sergeants don't accrue time at time and a half like non-exempt employees. And so they're in this weird area in between. And so yes, sergeants have historically been available to get paid for time and a half pay for extra duty jobs. Sergeants have historically been available to get paid for standby pay if they've been on the approved list. Sergeants are exempt employees with benefits. I don't know how to describe it other than that. I mean, that's what
Okay.
they are.
I want to ask you about stipulated Exhibit 17. This is a, you testified, I think, that this was a report, this was a 5-page report that you were talking about regarding positions that were receiving callback and standby. And is it correct that are you looking at stipulated Exhibit 17?
Yeah, I didn't testify to this at all earlier. This is a 2018 schedule. I did not testify to a 2018 schedule. The City of Raleigh exhibit was a 2017 schedule. Similar
Wait, hold
but
on.
different.
I might be confusing a stipulated with the city exhibit. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's not stipulated, it's City Exhibit 17.
Sure. Yes.
When is the date that you actually printed or prepared these reports?
I don't remember the exact date I prepared these reports. I would guess sometime in late 2017 or early 2018 or something like that. I don't know when these were prepared.
Was it before the grievances were filed or after?
No, it was after.
Okay, but did you say you ran a similar report on this when you had the issue with 300-6 that you were communicating about the 3-hour minimum callback issue?
Yes, I ran reports just like this for a 6-month period, I think.
Okay. And so the first 3 pages of this exhibit list callback.
The first 2 pages, yes.
And when I look at the dates, it appears that the range of the dates on here are from December 2nd is the earliest date I see of 2016, and then there's March 26th of 2017 is the latest date that I see for the range of the report. So it looks like it's over approximately 4-month period.
That sounds about right. I was looking to see if there were patterns to this 3-hour callback that people were getting.
Okay, and then the last 2 pages regarding the standby pay report, it looks like the range is about 6 months from October 3rd, 2016 to March 20th, 2017.
That sounds correct. From the memos that you've seen about that, I recollect that the violation by the evidence person was in early March or late February of
Okay.
that year.
And so how do you create this type of report? Are you able to go in and put your parameters, you put in your dates and what it is you're trying to search for?
Yes, to prepare this type of report, it's very easy. Exactly like you said, you put in the dates. Essentially, this is called the time reporting code report. You put in the start date, an end date, and the TRC, or the time reporting code that you're searching for during that particular date range. So on the first 2 pages, obviously, I did a search for CLLBK, which is callback pay in this range. And on the second set of pages, it was a search for standby or STDBY pay during that range.
And how long does it take to run one of these reports?
You can, if you have the access in the system and you know what you're doing, all you have to do is pull up the report, punch in the start time, end time, and then type in the time reporting code that you're looking for.
So a few minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Okay. And you can search by callback pay and you can search by standby pay?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that there's positions also listed on these reports as to who was receiving callback pay and who was receiving standby pay.
The job code description
Yes.
column? That's correct.
And isn't it true that on stipulated exhibits, or I'm sorry, I keep calling it stipulated, on city exhibit 17 on page 3 of this report, it's listed that police lieutenants were receiving standby pay?
Well, that's what it says. I can explain why it says that. So this report was run at a time when those police sergeants, at the time they earned the standby pay, had been promoted to lieutenant. So the document is historical in terms of date, time code, and amount, but all this does is pull the person's current position. So so I can tell you, I don't know if I'm allowed to name, I can tell you the names of at least one of these people.
Well, you don't have to provide names,
Okay.
but you're saying that,
Can I explain and maybe clarify? So if you look at, it says North District Police Lieutenant is one of the people that was paid for standby pay. And that person was because in December of 2016, they were paid for standby pay as a sergeant. But when I ran the report, this person had been promoted to a lieutenant. This report was run in late 2017 or 2018. So in the meantime, between when they got paid and when I ran this particular report, they had been promoted.
okay, so you said you ran a similar report in 2017.
Yes,
So you ran it twice. You did a report that we don't have today, and then you did the one that you did for the proceedings.
that's correct.
So when you ran the report the first time, you're saying this list would have looked different and that wouldn't have said police lieutenant?
It would have said police sergeant. Animal control supervisor may have been animal control officer. That person may have been promoted to supervisor in the time being. I don't know. But the police lieutenant, I can promise you that if I had seen a police lieutenant getting standby pay, I would have, that is not acceptable. That would have been sent up my chain of command, and we would have handled that. So this is a matter of a current rank, because the system, the system when you run a report says, when I say I want to know the dates where someone earned standby, and I give them a date range, the system doesn't go and say this is what their rank was back then. It says this is their current rank now, and this is their current assignment now. So the police lieutenant in the North District that got standby pay in October of 2016 was neither a police lieutenant nor in the North District when they got standby pay. Does that make sense? It's 2 columns of current information from the human resources side of the payroll system combined with dates, codes, and quantities from the pay side of the system. And you can see why I teach these classes now and why they're complex. So it's 2 different systems talking to each other, human resources and payroll.
So if you went in today and ran the report again, you might get a different result if someone's position changed.
I would suspect that actually I would see perhaps Deputy Chief Jordan pop up on this list because he was in internal affairs for a while. And I don't know if he got standby pay or not, but if he was a sergeant and he would have. And that's the case here. The police lieutenant listed here was either the detective, well, I know what one of them was, Detective Sergeant getting on the get paid for being on standby list, on the paid standby list. But when I ran the report, it pulls current rank and current job assignment, and it correlates that to this. Very frankly, the names were cut off of this. So I understand completely. It's this person's name, this person's job, this person's rank. And yes, in October of 2016, that person did get standby. So now, if I was really curious about it, I would go back and pull roll calls and pull job data and say, what was this person doing in 2016? But I already know what they were doing. I don't remember today, but when I ran the report, because this is the kind of stuff I did in inspections. I mean, I look for anomalies. and
Okay,
things
so
like that.
the report themselves aren't really accurate without doing this additional research. Because this report says in 2017, for example, that if it says a lieutenant received standby pay, that's not really, these reports aren't really historically accurate.
Objection. I believe,
Sustained.
I'm sorry, Chairman Reeves, I couldn't hear you.
Sustained.
Okay. You would agree, though, that on the standby pay list, that there were people in the department receiving the 8.4 hours instead of the 8 hours of pay. I think you testified to that.
I did, yes, I did see that on the list, and again, that was the purpose of the email and the memo that I sent up, is to get that corrected. Those folks should have been getting 8.0 hours, not 8.4 hours.
And if you can now look at City Exhibit 4. I think you testified on this first page, the very first page of the exhibit. It looks like there is a list of positions that were receiving standby pay. Is that correct?
No, I didn't testify to this exhibit at all.
Oh, I'm sorry, City Exhibit 4? I can show you.
I don't believe I testified to this at all.
he did not testify to City Exhibit 4.
Okay, well, I want to show you this document.
Okay, I have it in here, I just didn't testify to it.
Well, if you can take a look at that document, the first page, it has a list of positions, animal control officer, and it goes on down the list, police captain, police detective, and all that. Is this a list of people or positions that were receiving standby pay back in 2015?
I can tell you what I think this is, but I didn't generate this report, but I can tell you very reasonably how I think this report was generated, if that's what you're asking me.
Well, if you know,
I do. This is a report that gets kicked out of or it's a compilation of data pulled from the ERP PeopleSoft system. The problem in looking at this, again, is the system is pulling 2015 hours related to standby, but it correlates it to the ranks whenever the report was run. The ERP PeopleSoft system contains 3 different systems that talk to each other. One system is the human resources system. One system is the timekeeping system, and one system is the absence request system. And so what's happening when you pull reports like the ones we're talking about is the timekeeping system is looking for time. It pulls the standby time, the dates, the hours, whatever. And then it goes to the human resources system and says, I have an employee, and their employee ID number, in my case, is 002587. Human resources, find me 002587 and tell me who they are and what their rank is and where they work. And so you have past data being correlated to whatever date you run the report in the human resources section. That's just the way that this system works. And so what I would say is that to understand anything like this, you would have to run the report, get the standby and the hours for standby, look at the actual employee ID number, and then go back in time through roll calls, or you could do it through the PeopleSoft system. You just have to look in historical data and figure out where that person was, at what rank, in what position on the department when they earned standby. I have no knowledge ever in any of my time in inspections, any of my time in admin, of anyone other than an evidence person getting standby, one evidence person getting standby pay, one animal control person getting standby pay at a time, one detective sergeant per week getting standby pay, and the internal affairs sergeant getting standby pay. for a week.
So prior to the grievances being filed in 2017, duty majors were not given any comp time or any compensation for being on standby.
I don't have any idea. If they were, then if it was comp time, I wouldn't have any way of knowing. That would be their supervisor, who would be the deputy chief or the chief, depending on when. But comp time doesn't, I don't have any idea.
So you don't know whether majors received standby pay prior to the grievances being filed in 2017?
I would hope that they didn't. It doesn't appear through the city policy that they should, but I don't have any knowledge that they did.
Okay.
They certainly didn't show up in any reports that I ran.
Well,
if
they're
that
showing
helps
up, I
clarify.
mean, they're listing a major on this report, which is why I'm asking you about it.
Well, and I just testified that if you were to run Deputy Chief Jordan, if you were to run standby and he was the IA sergeant at the time, this report would show a deputy chief received standby pay. I don't, could you ask the question again?
That's fine. I'm going to let that go. So the 2000, I mean, this says it's a standby list for 2015. These positions may or may not be accurate as far as rank, is what you're saying. And I understand your explanation.
So they are not accurate in, if you will look at, let me find the best example. Police captain on that row. And it's got standby, I don't even know what it looks like, standby pay listed there. If a police captain was paid for standby pay, that's a violation, is all I can tell you. I didn't run the report, I don't know, but what I'm telling you is, in all the reports that I ran in inspections, and we ran every single unit in the police department, including the chief's office, in every report that I ran in inspections for a year, and every report that I ran in administration over 4 years, I never stumbled upon someone who was not on the standby pay list getting standby pay. The only problem that I ran into was the detective sergeants, as I showed before, who were putting themselves in for 8.4 hours of standby pay instead of 8 hours of standby pay.
Okay, and we haven't been, there's not an actual list, though, that's kept at the police department, is that correct? As far as standby, you have to run it through the payroll records?
Objection.
I'm just not sure.
Well, you just referred to a list, and you said people weren't on the standby list, so I'm just trying to say there's not, separate from the payroll records, there's not a separate book somewhere prior to 2017 that had a list of positions approved for standby.
No, I think, in fact, I think city policy might say payroll keeps
Okay.
that. I don't
Okay.
think there's one in the department. It's just, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just know. I mean, who's getting it has historically been the practice in the police department.
Okay. When you talked about 1104-03, you talked about your opinion about what that meant. You would agree that you did not participate in the preparation of this policy 1104-03, correct?
That's correct. I did not
And it
participate.
was enacted many years before you.
Yeah, 110403, I think, has been pretty consistent for many, many, many years.
Okay. And I want you to look at, if you could, City Exhibit 1, which was your memo to Robert Council. And isn't it correct that you did state in this memo that the department needs to make sure they comply with 1104-03 and 300-6, correct?
Well, yeah, everyone should, but let me clarify what this says, because you're misrepresenting, I think, my language. So what this is, the bold part there, is what I wanted to send out. So I'm not saying, this is not going to the entire department. This was going to the people who are getting callback pay. And so what I'm saying, my recommendation was people who are getting callback pay, which would be the evidence unit and animal control, we need to remind those people, because they're the ones that have adopted this 3-hour minimum. So when it says, please ensure that you are complying, the you that I am referencing is in reference to those people who are receiving callback pay, evidence and animal control. And so the bold part there is, and you can see from my first sentence, Major, I would like to send this to the entire evidence unit and also recommend sending it to Special Operations Animal Control.
But you agree that the department does have to follow 1104-03.
Yes.
And your conversation with Brent Howard that you had in May of 2017, you would agree that you didn't you didn't provide him any written grievance forms at that time yourself, or tell him anything about making an appeal. Is that correct? Because you testified that you didn't think he was making a grievance.
That's correct.
And you would also agree that your conversation with him was a little relaxed, because you said you used profanity and when you were talking with him, that you didn't have, that wasn't an official department response when you said you're getting F status. That certainly wasn't a response from the department to Mr. Howard, was it?
No, and I think Brent, if I remember correctly, Brent actually testified to that in his testimony. He said, I did not think that was an official department response.
Okay.
Lieutenant Howard, I'm sorry.
And at the time that these employees, or at the time Mr. Howard spoke to you about 300-7, you would agree that he didn't have authority as a sergeant in SEU. He certainly didn't have authority to do anything for the team that he supervised regarding standby pay. I mean, he didn't have the authority to approve that for his team, or he didn't have authority from the department to address this issue.
So I would say that there were a couple questions, so let me answer them, and if I miss one, let me know. He absolutely did not have authority to approve standby pay for anyone in his team. When you say he didn't have the ability to do anything, I don't know. I mean, that's what he and I talked about. The do anything part, I would say, is make a request up your chain of command that you be added to the standby pay list. And as I said, I have done that myself in the past. And so if I'm not answering the question, or there's a different question, I don't want to say that I don't think he didn't have the ability to do anything. I think that's...
Well, you agree that he can't give a 5-day written response to everybody in SEU on behalf of the department as a supervisor on this type of issue, because this is a big issue affecting pay.
No, you're required to. Even if the response is simply, your request is denied at this time, and here's how you appeal. That's your job. There's nothing in policy that says you get a free pass on responding if it's a difficult issue.
But he can't deny... He's not in a position to grant or deny standby pay for members in the SEU.
Then your response back is, I'm not in a position to grant or deny this. Here's how you appeal.
Okay.
You have to respond. I mean, that's in policy. As a supervisor, if you get a grievance and you know it's a grievance, and I'm not saying that he was grieved by his employees. I don't know what the conversation was. But if you get a grievance by your employees, you're required to respond whether you have the answer or not. If the answer is, I don't know what the answer is, and I'm sorry, I can't do this, you need to take it to a higher level, or, very frankly, I filed a grievance earlier this year about something, and I went up my chain of command, but I also CC'd Human Resources because it was a big issue, as you say, and it was handled. But I think you have to respond. And in that case, Human Resources responded, not my supervisor, because they talked about it.
Well, you did hear, I mean, you said you were present for the testimony. You do know that Lieutenant Howard, he did complain to Lieutenant Gunter, which was the supervisor of SEU. He did testify that.
Yes.
So he did go to his supervisor. And you would agree that it was appropriate, since you are the captain of administration, that you are a person that would be appropriate to talk about these types of pay issue.
Oh, no, I think Lieutenant Howard was completely doing the right thing by calling me and asking me for clarification. Okay. I don't have any problem with that at all. I get asked all the time, and I'm happy to help people out. I just don't.
All right. And then you are aware the department has a policy that employees can express concerns orally. They don't have to be in writing.
Absolutely.
All right. I want to ask you about this payroll drop-down computer system for entry of pay. Mm-hmm. Once these grievances started, you would agree that none of these petitioners would have had the authority to go in themselves and just start putting in 8 hours of pay and engage in, that wouldn't have been appropriate. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. And they continued to perform whatever duties they had been performing once those grievances were made.
Yes.
And prior to, well, if the employees did not know that they were supposed to get this pay, because I think you testified, you told them they weren't entitled to the pay, then they wouldn't know to go and put this time in on a timesheet.
Objection,
Is
speculation.
that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
So I want to ask you about the supervising training. So if you can look at City Exhibit 12, please. And you understand there's 37 petitioners in this case, is that correct?
I don't know the number, but yes.
And isn't it true that only 5 of the petitioners, Sergeant McDonald, Ethan Albert, Peter Morrison, Peter Rowland, those 5 are the only ones that received supervising training?
I don't know.
Well, I think
If they were the only ones that were supervisors, so anyone who was a supervisor, I don't know what time frame you're talking about, but like the payroll system, it depends on when they were a supervisor. I know the city's exhibit says those were the ones that were pulled, and those are training records. But I did not go back and double check all the roll calls or anything. So I would say, at a minimum, yes, those people were supervisors.
Are you,
But
are you disputing that other people?
I don't have any knowledge to dispute. I don't know the answer to that question. I apologize. I just don't know.
But Exhibit 15 only has 5 of the petitioners that attended supervising training. The City Exhibit 15.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at Exhibit 12. I'm like, it looks like a PowerPoint to me. I apologize. Give me just a moment. 1, 2. Yes, Exhibit 15 lists the training records for 5 people that were supervisors and received supervisors or new sergeants training.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry that you have to flip back and forth, but
okay.
also going back to Exhibit 12,
Okay.
it looks like a PowerPoint or something that you were doing with your training.
Correct. This is actually 2 printouts, one from May of 2015 and one from September 2016. This is the PowerPoint that I used for teaching new supervisors how to do payroll, and also when we had standalone supervisor training for teaching all the supervisors currently in the department on how to do PeopleSoft ERP.
And this is approximately 77 pages.
Sure.
And you would agree that when you...
No, that's not. So, yeah, combined, but they would only get one of these.
Okay, so...
This is 2 different trainings. There's subtle differences from year to year because the city, for example, changes the way that you get to certain screens and things like that.
So the first one is 39 pages,
Yes, that's correct.
and then we got another 40 or so pages.
Yes, they're probably very similar in size, yes.
Okay. And so when you're supervising or when you're doing this training, isn't it true that you're going over multiple policies at the same time? It looks like there's a lot of different things you're talking about in here.
Yes, that's correct.
And I looked at this exhibit, and you would agree that standby, it looks like standby is only discussed on, I think, 1 page, page 12.
Yes, that's correct. The reason for that is that nearly every supervisor in the department does not have to worry about that. But I covered it because there are supervisors going through the training that do have to worry about that time reporting code.
And you would agree that when you look at page 12, when it mentions standby pay, you would agree that the more detailed provisions of 300-7 are not listed here?
That's correct.
And in fact, the policy itself, 300-7, is not named here in this document.
That's correct.
And during these training sessions, you never provided these supervisors with a copy of 300-7 at the time of this training?
No, I did not.
And you testified about Moodles, but you also agree that the Moodle system itself does not provide a copy of 300-7.
I do not believe that it does.
Okay.
I wouldn't swear to it, but I believe you're correct.
All right. So, it appears from this case and that there's a lot of, you would agree there's a lot of policies in the Raleigh Police Department. I mean, if we were to print them all and put them on the table, there's quite a big stack of policies, correct?
Yes.
And the same for the city.
Yes.
And the policies for the city and for the department, they contain a lot of definitions. Is that true?
Yes.
So, for example, the callback pay policy has a definition of callback pay.
Yes, I assume, off the top of my head, yes.
And then we have another city exhibit that had, I think, 98 definitions in it.
Probably the one on human resources, 100-1A. I'm sorry, that wasn't a
And-
question. I apologize.
Yeah, I think I counted like 98 definitions. You would agree that this term that you used about a first to call list is not anywhere in any written documents for the city or the police department.
I agree. I said I would characterize that, not anyone else.
So that's not an official term that's used in anything for the city or police department
No.
policy. And you would also agree that that term, first to call list, is not used on the detective roll call schedule?
The detective.
That term, you
It's
don't,
not used on what schedule?
it's not used on any on-call schedules or standby schedules?
No, it's not listed on any schedules.
Okay. And this term that you stated, this first to call list, is that something that you developed to try to explain standby for the department because of these proceedings?
I guess so. As I was trying to explain to the attorneys about this, what it will tell me how things work. Yes, I would say that the first time I used it, I've never tried to label it before. And so when I was trying to describe how things worked on reconstruction, which is the unit that I'm most familiar with, and I described it and I was thinking about it, I said, okay, that's, really what it is it's a first to call because we actually, on cases, called the person who had the phone, but then we called in other people as well. So the person with the phone is the first to call, but everyone else may get called in.
But that wasn't a term that you were using regularly back in 2015 or 16. It was something that you...
That's correct. The vernacular, I think the vernacular, as I've testified to, is on call. On call or on standby or available for callback, and that gets tossed around pretty frequently.
Okay. And you were not involved in any way as far as when the units in SEU and homicide were first placed on standby duty, you weren't involved in that process, is that correct?
No.
And would you agree that not everyone in the police department has a standby or on-call schedule?
Yes, that's correct. Not a schedule.
So, for example, when you worked in patrol, you didn't have an on-call schedule that you...
That's correct.
Okay.
Not a schedule.
So are you aware of an employee by the name of Keith Heckman that was transferred for not reporting in for standby duty in December of 2020?
I have heard rumors, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge.
Okay, do you know that Mr. Heckman worked for a unit called Taru?
Teru, yes.
Teru.
Yes.
And that unit had a standby on-call schedule?
I don't know for a fact. Again, I've heard rumors, but I don't have any information. That division is the detective division, and what year were you saying? So I can tell you where I was working?
2020.
No, in 2020, I was the Southwest District Commander, so I was in charge of field operations, my little section of the world. Very little to do with admin except when people called me and asked me questions about payroll, which is less frequently than before. But I know Keith. I'm not familiar with the intimacies of his job or the Teru unit. They're pretty secretive. I know what they do. I don't know. I don't have any knowledge about that.
Okay, and you know but you do know that Teru wasn't one of the positions that's receiving standby pay.
Yes, that's my understanding. That's my recollection. I don't have the memo in front of me, and I haven't reviewed it, but I think the ones that were added were SEU, Reconstruction, Public Affairs. I get the feeling there's one more, and I just can't remember. But I don't remember seeing Teru on it. But again, I wouldn't swear to it. I just don't remember it.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Okay, I have a few follow-up questions, Captain Tomzak.
All right.
Sorry, got to get back to my notes.
I apologize. It looks like the chairman is trying to speak.
I think you may be muted, Mr. Chair.
Yep, you're muted.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
Is it okay for me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. Captain Tomzak, I believe you've testified that there were 4 positions eligible to receive standby pay prior to July 1, 2018. How were you able to confirm who was supposed to be on this standby list or these 4 positions that got the pay?
Well, talking to my superiors within the department and talking to the payroll supervisor and former payroll supervisor who still works part-time for the city of Raleigh. And, well,
Did you pull any records to verify?
I did.
And what kind of records were pulled?
I pulled administrative records that had been archived.
And when you talked with other folks or pulled these records, did you ever find any evidence that anyone on SEU or homicide had ever been designated or approved to receive standby pay?
No.
Can you use a grievance, or is it a proper purpose of a grievance to change existing city policy?
I guess, I don't know. I would say if a grievance might be a way to bring attention to a city policy, but city policies aren't changed by a grievance. They're changed by the city manager. And I apologize if there's another way you want to rephrase that.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Captain Tomzak. City of Raleigh Exhibit 12, that was your PowerPoint for the
Yes.
supervisor training. Did the supervisors get to keep a copy of that PowerPoint?
Yes, in the notes format, which prints out in PowerPoint the slides on one side and the lines for taking notes on the other slide. Yes. I also email the PowerPoint to folks that ask for it and make that available, and email them the overtime spreadsheet, because that's really complicated if they want a copy of that. Most of them are not interested.
If a supervisor does not understand a city policy or a DOI, what are they required to do?
I don't know that I could point to something that says they're required to get clarification, but I think that's the logical thing to do. And I'm sure, of course, you acknowledge in 110403 that you read the policies and understand the policies and will follow the policies. So if I didn't understand something, and I can only speak for me personally, I would first check with my boss. If my boss didn't know, I would call a subject matter expert on that and ask for clarification. And then if I didn't know, I might reach out to the city, if there's a city department that handles it. So again, with payroll as an example, check with your boss. Your boss doesn't know, check with me. I don't know, check with City of Raleigh Payroll.
And if a subordinate came to a supervisor with a question about city policy, how should a supervisor handle that?
I think a supervisor should, if they know the answer, immediately tell the employee what the answer is. If they don't know the answer, I think the correct answer, and again, I don't know that I can point to something that says it, but if I didn't know the answer to a policy question one of my employees asked me, I am deficient in the policies. I would find out for myself, and I would look it up, figure it out, and then go tell the employee, thanks for asking, I had to look it up, but here's the answer.
And did anyone from SEU or homicide ever come to you prior to your discussion with Lieutenant Howard seeking clarification of either DOI 110403 or SOP 300-7?
No, but I want to make sure that I'm clear on something. I did get questions about the standby when I was teaching the class on payroll. They didn't say, hey, I don't understand what 300-7 means, because I don't, they didn't say that. But what they said is, I don't understand, I'm on standby, why am I not getting paid? My answer back was, you're not on the approved list to get paid. It's as simple as that. So I don't want to say no, it's saying that I've never been asked about that, because I have been. I just haven't been asked about 110403 or 300-7 or 300-6 or things like that prior to all this.
That's all the questions I have for you, Captain Tomczak.
Thank you.
I actually have one more question. You had testified about this exhibit, Petitioner's Exhibit 1, that Mr. Howard had listed the reasons that the team was called back in.
I'm going to object. That's
I just want to
beyond the
clarify, your
scope of-
testimony is that you feel some of these are schedule changes versus being called in for
Stephen?
standby. Is that correct?
Yes, that's beyond the
There's
scope
an
of
objection.
Yeah, that's beyond the scope of the redirect.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, if there are no further questions from the attorneys for this witness, let's turn to the commissioners. Mr. Rubin, do you have questions for this witness?
I do have a few, Mr. Chair. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Captain, for testifying. So you mentioned that a couple times over the past year, maybe last summer when there was a lot happening, everyone in the department was called back, correct? How is that budgeted for?
In that case, well, I don't think it was budgeted for initially. I think that initially there was you're coming back in and thank you for your time, thank you for your service. You're just getting extra hours and getting comp time for that. But what happened retroactively was there was a decision to pay the officers that came in time and a half, and this had been done in the past. Special Operations has a budget. My belief is that it's right near $500,000 at this point to pay for officers to get called in for special events and things like that. So prior to, and great job by retired Major Craig Haynes for getting that ball rolling. I think maybe Major Stacy Deans has something to do with it too. But prior to that, if you got called in, you just got comp time. And so several years ago, when we started having more protests in Special Operations and other personnel were being called in more frequently, there was a thought about, well, can we give them something more than comp time? And so a budget line item was created for extra duty events.
And how does that relate? You mentioned the overtime straight code when we were looking at the pay stub earlier. Does that come out of, when it's normal, like overtime, does that come out of that code?
I would say no. and this is the reason I would say no, and I'm certainly not a Raleigh Police Department budget expert, but this is why I would say no. I've seen paychecks where you get paid out of the extra duty fund, and that's a different line item. So overtime straight is straight, extra duty is time and a half.
And standby for folks who are getting paid for it, does that come out of overtime straight?
That is my understanding.
And that's a budget item?
That is my understanding, yes.
So it comes out of the same thing that regular overtime comes out of?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. So with the crash recovery unit, when you were on callback, when you were on that status back in the day, did you have any requirements about holding yourself ready?
Well, I mean, I held myself ready. I mean, I was the only one investigating these fatal collisions, and it was important for me to get in and get it done right. I certainly, I didn't not go out of town. I was the only one, and family had vacation, and so I remember a wreck on Perry Creek Road. I was at the beach. My family did a summer vacation at the beach my parents paid for, and so I was out of town for that fatality, and what I did is answered the phone and walked them through what I needed done so that when I came back to Raleigh, I was able to go forward with the investigation. But for crash investigation and for other serious crimes like homicide, it's so critical to get out there. We hear things about the first 48 hours on TV and things like that. For crash investigation, if you open up the road and people start driving over your tire marks and skidding over stuff and leaving debris, it's going. We had to have a special meeting with the fire department about stop sweeping up our scenes because we need the debris. So it is critical, I think, to get out there. When I was alone on the unit, I don't know that I held myself to a different standard, but I was cognizant of the fact that I would get called in at any time. My wife was certainly cognizant of the fact, but I did still go on vacations. I remember that wreck completely because, I knew it was waiting for me when I got back home, I guess, for lack of a better word.
So, and this kind of goes to, I'm trying to understand the difference between somebody who is assigned standby duty, what you called lowercase s standby duty, and someone who is getting capital S standby pay. Is the difference, and just tell me if I'm getting this wrong, I'm trying to understand it, is the difference that people who are on lowercase standby, they're asked to come in, but they don't actually have to keep themselves in a state of readiness. They could be away or have some drinks or, be otherwise just not answer the phone because they didn't see it, versus someone on capital S standby, they have to remain close by, ready, sober, phones on, answer the call there quickly. Is that a correct understanding of your view of this?
That is, I would say, except for the drinking part, and again, my understanding of this. So I think that clearly, and I had no idea until the testimony that people on lowercase, little s standby were as far away as the mountains or the beach. I don't understand how that even works if you're on what we would always think of as standby. If you're on standby, you're in an immediate state of readiness. And so I don't know how that's even possible. I do know that there is an expectation in certain specialized units, and if you have certain skill sets, and some of these units have, I think it's very clear, there's a rotation that has been set up where, hey, you're covering this, you're covering this. When you're covering it, don't drink any alcohol. We're going to call you. You're the first people we're going to call. So we expect you to be sober. We expect you to be somewhere around. We're not saying you got to be here right now. If you're cutting the grass, go take a shower, shave, get the uniform on, and come in. But I think that the things that I think that's different than getting paid to be. I think it's clearly different, especially, as I said, if I had found out that my evidence specialist was in the mountains when she was supposed to be, when she was on paid standby, I don't even know how I would have reacted to that. So I don't want to say that there weren't limitations put on those folks. There certainly were. I think that some of them were put on, I think the expectations were put on by the supervisors and themselves. There is a lot of pride, and I speak from being on the reconstruction unit, a specialized unit, and the negotiation unit. There's a lot of pride that goes with being in these units and being there, and a lot of this folks put on themselves. And I don't know that they're wrong for doing that. We do expect more out of our tactical unit. We do expect more out of homicide.
Are you aware of them being told, not by their own expectations, but of them being told that this is an expectation of them as part of their roles, that they have to remain in a state of readiness by supervisors?
Absolutely. When you go through the SEU selection process, you're told in
I think you can proceed.
You're told, one of the questions you're asked is, you're getting ready to apply to be on the Selective Enforcement Unit. You understand there's going to be times when you're called back into work, more so than a regular patrol officer. You understand that there's going to be times when your schedule is going to be changed because you're in special operations, and not to diminish patrol, but not ordinary operations. So I don't know what homicide detectives are told. I just don't have any knowledge about that. But for selective enforcement, that's what they're told, and that's what they're told on the reconstruction unit as well.
So to make sure I'm understanding, they're told that they're required to hold themselves in a state of readiness. Is that accurate?
They're told that they're required.
When they're on standby, when it's their turn on the schedule, that they are required to hold themselves in a state of readiness. Would you say that's accurate?
I would, but let me caveat that. But then, and very frankly, I was never on SEU, and I've dealt primarily with the reconstruction unit and with evidence. I was surprised to hear testimony that if a team was on standby for the week, holding themselves, in your language, in a state of readiness for the week, it was okay if a couple of them didn't show up. I don't understand. That is not compatible. I don't know how we can say, you're on standby for the week, but it's okay if you don't show up. But clearly, that's what was done. I mean, that's what was testified to. I don't understand, and it's not compatible to me, if you're told to keep yourself in a state of readiness, how you drive to the mountains or drive to the beach, and then drive back. So I hear what you're asking me, and I would say that, yes, people were told, we're going to call you if a homicide happens. We're going to call you if we have a barricaded subject. But clearly, from the testimony, not from my testimony, from other testimony, but clearly there was something else told there, like, hey, it's okay if you don't come in, wink, wink. Or, hey, it's okay if you're out of town. We've got other people. And I think fundamentally, and I apologize, but this goes to your question, I believe. Sure. Fundamentally, what you're talking about when you talk about paid standby, you are talking about one individual on evidence, one individual who's the internal affairs sergeant, one individual who's the detective sergeant, and one individual who's on paid standby for animal control. Fundamentally, that is so different than saying, hey, your team of 10 guys is responsible for anything that happens tonight. Because the commander of that team may say, guys, we can handle, 7 of us can handle it, and rightfully so. I mean, those guys are amazing. They can do with 4 people what you couldn't do with 20 patrol officers. There are situations where you'd want to have 10, but there are situations where you only need 6. And again, I'm speaking about SEU, and I have been out there as a negotiator with them on scenes. They make do with whatever comes in, very frankly. I don't know how homicide works, but I'm assuming if they had to wait for someone to drive in from the mountains, there's another homicide detective somewhere on the unit that is at that scene well before the guy from the mountains gets there. And so I think it's so fundamentally different to talk about 4 people, 1 for each one of those paid specialized units being paid for standby, and then you have a whole team who apparently has the discretion to decide, you don't have to come in, you've got something going on. I think 8 of us can handle it, so we don't need all 10. I have trouble seeing how that's compatible with the paid standby. If that makes sense. I don't know. I hope I answered your question.
You have, and this is helpful. And I'm not really trying to get to any particular conclusion. I'm really trying to understand. And so, this is what I'm trying to gather. And I'm looking at stipulated exhibit 1, which is 300-7. Mm-hmm. Is I'm trying to see where in here it contemplates the idea of somebody who is in some sense required to hold themselves in ready, but is not paid for it. Mm-hmm. I'm trying and it's kind of a legal question, but sure. You've been testifying to expertise about these matters. I'm trying to understand where in this policy, because it's possible to read it as is actually demanding the opposite, that it's the policy of the city to compensate designated personnel for being on standby duty. Mm-hmm. And so, is it your view that it's consistent with this policy for officers to be told you have a schedule and you have to hold yourself ready, but you're on the lowercase standby list and you're not compensated for it? Is that consistent with the language of 300-7?
Yes, and let me explain why I think so. And I agree. This is an old policy. This is an old policy. But let me speak to the truth of the matter. If we suspect that we are expecting a group of people to come into the city of Raleigh on Saturday and burn it to the ground, but we're not sure, but we think they might be, we have 2 options. We call in everyone, and you have to be here, and you have to sit, and if they don't show up, thank you for your time. We're not paying you, we're giving you comp time. Or I can say, and again, this is a reasonableness thing, listen, today's Wednesday. Saturday, I'm telling you, we might get called in. So if you don't have any plans on Saturday, don't make any plans. Saturday morning, what I'm going to ask you to do, because we might call you at 10 o'clock in the morning, don't have any alcohol or don't drink so much Friday night that you're still impaired Saturday morning. I don't know the answer to that. My answer as a police executive is, if I don't have the authority to put a first responder on limited standby or scheduled standby if there's teams, then I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that, but it just seems reasonable to me that we have to have the ability to do that. And it not only benefits the city, but it benefits the officer. Would you rather be at home cutting your grass and I'll call you if I need you? Or would you rather be sitting in the parking deck at 110 and nobody shows up and now your Saturday is gone? And so I think standby was obviously created, no matter what form you look at it, as a benefit to the city and a benefit to the officers. And so I understand what you're saying, and my answer to that is this policy is antiquated. The practice of the city and of the police department has been consistent throughout the years, consistent without deviation, and that is if you are to get paid, you must be approved by the city manager. Never in everything I've looked at has anyone not believed that that was the intent of this policy and the practice that's been followed.
And I know it's a really old policy. It is still the city's policy.
It is still the city's
though,
policy. I agree.
And I guess I know that the people who make those policies and decide on those things sit at this table, but they're not this commission. So we don't decide whether it's a good policy or a bad policy. We don't have the right to do that. And I'm almost done with my questions, but I guess you mentioned that the individual positions had been approved. Mm-hmm. What is your knowledge of that approval? How animal control and the evidence technician? What is your knowledge as to what those approvals, what form they took of the city manager?
I don't know if I'm allowed to answer this.
Is this getting into something that's been excluded from evidence? I don't want to go against the ruling of the chair on it. I don't know whether it does or not, which is why I want to lay it out there.
Ruben, could you ask that question again?
I asked the witness what his knowledge was of the city manager's approval of the 4 positions that the city says had been approved by the city manager in the past, and the witness said he's not sure if he's allowed to answer that or not. And I don't want to break anything, but I think that's an important question, Mr. Chair. I think you're muted, sir. Still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'm unfortunately having problems with this connection. I see no problem with answering the question.
I didn't hear what he said.
I mean, my only comment would just, the ruling is the ruling as far as referring to anything prior to 1989 or whatever, but if he has personal knowledge, the question's a question.
Do you have personal knowledge of that approval process for those 4 positions?
Not for all 4, but for at least for 1, yes.
And I'll leave a pause for anyone to object and put it on the record, but I'll ask you to discuss what your personal knowledge of that is.
I know to my satisfaction that at least one of those 4 positions was approved by the city manager to receive standby pay.
When?
I know definitively.
When was that?
In 1986.
And the other 3, do you have any knowledge about those?
I have anecdotal knowledge, but I don't have personal knowledge.
And I'm objecting to anyone testifying with something they don't have personal knowledge.
And I won't ask you to go into the anecdotal knowledge. Just the last thing that I wanted to ask about, it relates to, I think it's stipulated Exhibit 27, which is 300-6, the callback pay.
Yes, sir.
Did I understand correctly from your testimony earlier that employees who are on the paid standby list, they get the pay that's talked about in 300-6, the time and a half actual pay, they get money when they're called back in? Is that correct?
I think that's superseded by other city policies. For example, when I joined the police department, I signed a waiver of overtime pay except in certain circumstances. So I believe all of us did. We were young and foolish and didn't know what we were signing, but there are certain times, obviously, and as council said, there are so many policies in the city, there's bound to be some that supersede or contradict. And so the way that callback pay works on the police department, if that will help clarify that, civilian employees on paid standby that get called back to work get callback pay. That's actual money going into a paycheck.
Is that time and a half?
Yes.
Okay.
And then sworn employees that are on the paid standby, and so prior to 2018, we're talking about the internal affairs sergeant and the detective sergeant that are on standby, getting standby pay. They receive, if they get called back into work, compensatory time just like other folks.
And so is there a difference? So say prior to them being added to the list, the homicide detectives, they're called in, they get the comp time paid the same as, say, the animal control who's on the standby pay list, and they each get called back in to a homicide that involves an animal.
Yes.
Okay, and do they get
They
paid?
each get called to a homicide that involves an animal counselor?
I don't, they both get called in. Do they get paid the same?
I see.
Are they paid the same, or is there a difference because one's on the paid standby list and one is not?
That is not relevant. So what matters is civilian versus sworn.
Okay. So the answer is no, they don't get paid different?
Well, they do get paid different, but the animal control officer is a civilian.
I see your point. What about the detective sergeant?
No, they get the exact same as a homicide person coming in.
Gotcha.
They get comp time. So the time and a half pay for sworn employees is very limited and very defined.
Okay. Thank you for answering my many questions. I appreciate it.
Ms. Lane, do you have questions?
I do not.
Ms. Ball?
No, Mr. Chair, I do not.
Mr. McCormick?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
And I do not either. Captain Tomzak, your testimony has been very helpful, and we appreciate all of your time this morning.
Thank you.
And so I think it's appropriate now for it's 5 minutes to 1. Let's take a half hour for people to take a break, get a bite to eat if they choose. I don't think we're prohibited from bringing it back to the council table if you choose to do that. But let's go off the record now for a half hour.
Okay. Lieutenant Brent Howard to the stand.
Excuse me, Ms. Stevens, I think Ralph is checking to make sure the folks,
Oh, okay.
the video folks have got things going, so you may want to hold off for just a second.
Okay. Okay, is he still under oath from before? Or do we need to put him back under oath?
Mr. Chairman, I
I
believe.
think he's still under oath. He was sworn
Okay.
as a witness in this proceeding.
Lieutenant Howard, are you still employed with the Raleigh Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Just because of the amount of time that has passed, can you explain what your position was at the time of the grievances, the position you had when you were promoted and left SEU, in your current position?
I was a sergeant on one of the selective enforcement units for about 6-7 years. I got promoted to lieutenant in December of 2019, transferred to field operations, where I was there for about a year. And then I've been brought back to special operations to be in charge of the entire SEU unit.
And the first position, you said you were a supervisor for 6 years in SEU?
About 6 years, yes.
But how long did you actually work in SEU
About
prior?
About 12 years altogether.
Okay. In the 12 years or so that you worked in the Selective Enforcement Unit prior to receiving standby pay on July 1st, 2018, did anyone ever tell you that you were not required to take calls or report in when you or your team was scheduled for standby duty?
No, it was quite the opposite.
And as a supervisor of a team in SEU, did you ever tell anyone of the people that you supervised in SEU that they were not required to take calls or report in if they were on standby duty schedule?
I held them to a standard that I was told. It was, we have minimum staffing. We can have 7 people working. We can have a few guys off regular duty. It's the same as off duty. If the guys are going to be on standby, yes, they can go on vacation. Yes, they can go do whatever. But they have to tell me first, because I have to have 7 people, excuse me, that I can call back in. It's not 6, it's not, 5, it's 7 people that have to come back in. That's our minimum staffing that was set by my command staff.
And because you're testifying as a representative petitioner in this matter, and so we don't have to have multiple testimony, have any of the other petitioners in the Selective Enforcement Unit ever been told by any supervisor or anyone that they were not required to report in if they were on standby duty?
Objection, lack of knowledge.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
He has personal.
Absolutely.
I'll ask the follow-up question. Have you talked with all of the petitioners in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've stipulated that you can testify on behalf of the other petitioners in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Have any of the other petitioners ever been told by anyone that they were not required to report in when they were on standby duty?
No, quite the opposite.
I believe you testified previously that you had worked in some other positions in the Raleigh Police Department where you did not have a standby schedule. Can you explain what those positions were and the total years that you were in those positions?
Field operations for, I believe, 5 or 6 years. I was on a community squad for about a year, and then on a street-level drug team for about 3 years, besides SEU.
And what were the dates of that time period?
Started in '98. I'd have to go back and look at the records, but I was on prior to SEU, which I believe was '07. 3 years before that, I was on drug enforcement unit, and then prior to that, it was field operations. I kind of bounced back around depending on when the unit was either dissolved or whatever. But I can tell you for sure it was 1 year on a Compass unit, which was a community policing team, 3 years on a drug team, and then the rest of the time was in field operations, other than the 12 years on SEU.
And so did you have an on-call schedule in those other positions?
Only on SEU.
Okay, when you were in the other positions, approximately how many years, and I'm talking before the grievances were filed, how many years did you work in other positions that you did not have an on-call schedule? Approximately.
About 10 years, 9 to 10 years.
Okay, and in that time, can you remember in the 10 years or so that you were working these other positions and you did not have a standby schedule, Can you remember if you were ever called back into work after hours?
I don't ever recall being called back in. I'm not saying that's not a possibility with maybe a tornado, but if it happened, I don't recall it.
Okay, and then I understand that you were promoted to a lieutenant. So now I want to ask you about the time period when you went back, when you were promoted. I believe you testified you went back to field operations. So I want to ask you about that time period. And this would have been during the pendency of this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So 2019?
19.
When you went back to field operations in 2019, did you have a standby schedule?
So December 2019, I went back to field operations until just recently, but no, on field operations, I did not have a standby schedule.
And were you ever called back in when you were working in that position?
So I was. So when we had the riots downtown, I was technically pulled. I was assigned to the Southeast District Lieutenant. I got pulled from there to basically head up all of Mobile Field Force during those 2 to 3 weeks. So that was my current assignment at that time. So yes, I was called in on my days off, but again, I was kind of temporarily transferred to handle that during all that incident,
And when you say that incident, you're referring to?
the riots downtown.
And are those riots associated with the Black Lives Matters type riots or what? Anything in? Okay. And what can you explain the difference? The difference between being called back in when you don't have a standby schedule versus when you do have a standby schedule?
Like Captain Tomzak said, it could happen any time. So guys who are assigned standby duty, as long as I have my minimum staffing, those guys have to come in whenever. It can happen in 30 minutes. It could, they can get a call, hey, tomorrow I need you, or it could be, we need you to come in right now. Referring to getting called in for the riots, that's normally you get a heads up a couple days. Maybe sometimes it's just a day. Like we only have a day's heads up for one that's supposed to happen tonight. However, if you get called in, you got time and a half pay for getting called in for the field operations. If you're on standby schedule, it was just comp time. You got comp time for being called in. So again, if there's a list of people that were on standby, when you got called in from the minute you leave your driveway till you get back to your driveway, you are compensated with comp time. If you get called in and you're not on a standby list, they have been getting compensated with time and a half pay.
And is there a difference between the two situations as far as the requirements to report in?
No, I know the time and a half pay, they were requiring people, if you already had plans, they didn't have to come in. If you're on a standby list or a standby schedule, again, you can have a few people. I could have a couple people off, but I had to have a minimum staffing. So if 4 people came to me and said I can't make it in, well, one of them has to come in because I had to add 7. The other, we've had multiple people from districts not be able to come in because they had other plans, and that's okay. But it's not okay if you're on a standby schedule.
And if someone was on the standby schedule and they didn't want to come in, was that something they would do in advance or not?
They'd have to tell me in advance. When I was their sergeant, they would have to tell me in advance.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term first to call?
Not until the last few weeks.
Okay. Is that terminology defined anywhere in any city policy?
No.
Is it defined in any departmental policy?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And are you currently, you said, a supervisor still?
Yes.
And what are you doing right now?
I'm over the entire SEU unit, over both teams, assigned to special operations.
And as a supervisor over both the teams right now in Selective Enforcement Unit, what is your do you know anything about what this term is, first to call?
I've never heard of it until the last few weeks, so I can't explain first to call versus call back versus big S, little. I don't understand the difference between all that.
Okay. And then one final question I want to ask you about petitioners. Exhibit 1. Do you have that in front of you? Can you explain what the difference is between schedule changes versus being called back in, and how the department is handling that at this time, or at the time of the grievances?
So at the time of the grievances, we explained that getting called back in on when it's not your regular assigned shift was considered what I considered a callback. I've been asked recently to kind of amend that. Again, kind of the ever-changing, moving goalposts. The callback, what I was told by our attorney, police attorney, that callback, if you were notified before midnight about the next day, that is considered a schedule change. So, for instance, I had to go back and look from the April 2018, I had to go back and look at how many actual callbacks were done. Well, I can only confirm that through ERP if they came in on their day off. However, so each team, well, they're 14 to 17 times a year, but also the caveat was between 100 and 130 schedule changes. So I explained that, hey, it's difficult to impossible for me to determine which of those schedule changes are actually callbacks versus truly schedule changes, because again, if somebody was supposed to come in at 4 p.m. on Friday evening, and I called them at Thursday at 11:58 and said, I need you here at 7 a.m. Well, by the way our department has now changed the interpretation of on-call versus standby, that is a schedule change. So it's correct. It's almost impossible to determine the frequency of what we're doing. Now, I'm trying to do a better job of that is keeping records going forward. But looking at an ERP and looking at some of this stuff is almost impossible. Correct, July 4th, everyone knows that one's coming. But a lot of this other stuff, constantly would get phone calls. I understand that you're going to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning, but we need you here at 5. And I made those phone calls all the time. I considered that a callback. If you had to change your schedule, that's how I consider a callback. But our department has now, within the last few weeks, changed that that is considered a standby, or to a schedule change, I'm sorry.
And do you know why that?
I may. Lieutenant, could you please scoot a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know why the department is calling these things
Objection,
schedule
lack
changes?
of personal knowledge.
I do know why.
He's a supervisor in the police department running these schedules, so I believe he has personal knowledge.
I'll still maintain my objection.
Answer the question, please, if you know.
I was told they needed that information.
If you have,
I was told they needed that information due to another grievance filed by another officer.
Objection, move to strike. That's irrelevant.
granted,
in general, is there some benefit, or in general, how long has the department been treating schedule changes this way?
Just the last few weeks is what the definition that I was told the last few weeks.
Okay. I don't have anything further for this witness.
Ms. Smith?
Lieutenant Howard, if someone is on paid standby duty and they get permission from you to go out of town and you have your minimum staffing, do they still get paid for the 8 hours of standby pay?
So the way the department has done it since the chief sent the memo out about, I guess, being recognized as standby pay, it's 1.14 hours per day that you are on call. So if you can technically be on call for 6 out of 7 days, so you get 1.14 hours times 6 for that week. If you're out of town, then you're not going to get paid for that. And I don't think anybody expects to be paid for that.
Was it your testimony that during the riots that all of the officers received paid time and a half?
The people that were called in were getting time and a half pay. If you got held over, it was comp time.
Isn't it true that some of the officers did not get paid time and a half and sometimes got comp time?
Supervisors like myself, exempt, because I'm exempt from the policy that we're talking about now. Because I'm exempt, yes, I only got comp time. So I guess I should clarify, exempt employees did not get time and a half pay. We got comp time the entire time.
Is it true that some officers may be given comp time at time and a half?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you familiar with the term offset time?
Never heard of it. Unless that's an ERP terminology.
Are you familiar with DOI 1104-10?
I would need to look at it.
Okay. I don't believe it's an exhibit. That's all the questions I have for you right now, Lieutenant Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
I would call Detective Zeke Morse to the stand.
And Detective Morse is already sworn.
Okay. Detective Morse, are you still employed with the Raleigh Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your current position?
I'm still a detective with the police department.
Okay. And in the years, you are one of the petitioners in this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the years that you worked standby duty schedule as a homicide detective, did anyone ever tell you that you were not required to take calls or report in when you or your team was scheduled for standby duty?
No, it was quite the opposite.
And have you talked to the other homicide petitioners as in this matter about whether they were ever told by anyone that they were not required to report in for standby duty?
Yes, I've spoke to them, and they were also not told.
Okay. And have you worked in other positions in the Raleigh Police Department that you did not have a standby schedule or on-call schedule?
Yes.
And what were those positions and what years?
April 1996 till November of 2004, I was a patrol officer. I wore the uniform, drove the blue and white, answered 911 calls. I was not on a standby schedule during those years.
And during that time, can you remember if you were ever called back into work after hours?
I don't believe I was ever called back after hours. I certainly had schedule changes that were very short notice, whether it be Hurricane Fran or an ice storm, but certainly received a day or two notice that such and such platoon's been working 5 days straight. We're going to have you come in a day or two early to help alleviate that. But we certainly had some notice.
And was there a difference in frequency as to how often you might get a call such as that when you were in the position where you didn't have a standby schedule versus working in a position in homicide where you did have a standby schedule?
Yes, definitely.
And what was the difference in frequency?
Like I said, patrol at that 9 years, I can only recall twice where we had like Hurricane Fran and an ice storm where we were called in, but it was more of a schedule change. But then in homicide, we were constantly being called in.
And at the time, have you ever heard of the term first to call?
Not till recently.
And when's the first time you've heard that term?
2 days ago during a conversation I had with you.
Okay. Do you have any idea what that terminology is?
Only what I learned today from Captain Tomczak.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Smith?
Yes. Detective Morse, could you turn to stipulated exhibit number 19, please?
The city stipulated, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. City of Raleigh, exhibit number 19. I apologize.
The Detective Division roll call. Is that it?
No, it should be the Human Resources Policy Personnel Program definition.
19.
City of Raleigh.
It's the other binder.
Is it the other item? Excuse me.
I think this might be outside the scope of redirect for topics for rebuttal. So I would object to this line of questioning.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question. When did you ask the other petitioners about whether they were told that they did not have to come in if called?
It certainly would have been during this process over the course of the last few years, 3 years of preparing for this.
And those conversations were not specifically in response to Captain Tomczak's testimony today, is that correct?
No, ma'am, I haven't talked to I spoke to Detective Falk during my lunch break. He just asked how it was going, but about this specifically, no, nothing.
That's all I have, thank you.
Yeah, I don't have anything further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I don't have any more witnesses, but for my final rebuttal evidence, I would ask that the Civil Service Commission take judicial notice that there is a pending grievance
I'm going to
21-CSC.
That's completely irrelevant to this case.
I can't hear you.
I'm going to object. That's completely irrelevant to this case. It's not before this commission. It's highly prejudicial, and I strenuously object.
I would like to finish what my statement was going to be. First of all, I don't think it's appropriate to try the grievance of another employee in the middle of this proceeding. And if we call someone as a witness, I don't think that would be appropriate, and I just wanted to stipulate that there is a grievance filed for an employee who claims that he was transferred and removed from a position for not reporting into standby duty, and I would stipulate the city denies it, but I do think it's important to know that there is a dispute out there in this regard, and that was the only point I was going to make, because it is a public record and it's a filing in this matter that's I think the commission should know about.
I will object and move to strike.
The move to strike is granted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Would you repeat that? I could not hear you.
The motion to strike is granted.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any further rebuttal evidence.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, let's hear from the city's. Let's hear the city's closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I want to thank you for your thoughtful attention in this matter. Here, the issue to be decided is, have the employees or the petitioners proven by the greater weight of the evidence that the City of Raleigh violated SOP 300-7 and that the city's action was unjustified? The answer to that question is no. First, this commission does not have jurisdiction to even hear this appeal. According to the Raleigh Civil Service Commission Act, the commission only has jurisdiction to hear appeals of employee grievances regarding violations of city policy relating to suspensions, layoff, removal, promotions, forfeiture of pay, or loss of time. The petitions here involve none of those things. The petitioners weren't suspended, they weren't laid off, they weren't removed from their position in any way, and they've not claimed that they were denied a promotion. They've not forfeited any pay, and they've not suffered a loss of time. Rather, the petitioners are claiming that they are entitled to more pay because the city's longstanding interpretation of its standby policy is an error. Here, no forfeiture of pay has occurred that would confer jurisdiction upon this commission. In addition, the Commission may not award actual damages, except salary adjustment and back pay. North Carolina courts have defined back pay as wages that an employee has been deprived of an opportunity to earn. And further, the North Carolina Administrative Code provides that back pay does not include discretionary pay or pay for gratuitous benefits, such as standby pay. As established at this hearing, standby pay is not legally required and is not earned compensation. Because standby pay is a gratuitous benefit, not within the definition of back pay, this commission lacks jurisdiction to award the petitioner's standby pay. Further, the petitioners have not carried their burden to show by a greater weight of the evidence that a violation of city policy has occurred. This commission can only hear appeals of violations of city policy. In a nutshell, the petitioners here are claiming that the city violated its standby pay policy because they disagree with how the city interpreted its own policy. The city charter is the document which gives the city its powers, and it explicitly provides that the city manager, who's the administrative head of the city, has the discretion to interpret its policies. If a policy leaves room for interpretation, the city manager does not violate city policy when he or she interprets policy in a certain way. Here, the city has presented evidence that it has consistently interpreted and applied its standby pay policy by requiring a specific designation and approval process. Given the discretion afforded to the city manager to interpret policy by statute, this commission cannot substitute its judgment for that of the city manager. In other words, if the commission disagrees with the city manager's interpretation of the policy, the standby pay policy, that disagreement alone cannot constitute a violation of city policy. Even if this commission determines that it does have jurisdiction over this matter, the petitioners still have not met their burden to show by a greater weight of the evidence that the city violated SOP 300-7 and that the decision was unjustified. We've heard a lot of talk about SOP 300-7. This is the policy governing standby pay that's been in effect since October 2, 1985, and it is the petitioners who bear the burden of showing that the city's 35-year interpretation and application of this policy is without justification. The city has just cause for its policy application if there is a legally sufficient reason for its interpretation. Both city policy and North Carolina courts have recognized that the city's interpretation is entitled to deference. In other words, if a policy can support a reasonable argument for the city's application of it, then the petitioners have not met their burden of proof, and the city's decision must be upheld. Here, petitioners claim that they should be receiving standby pay for times that they allegedly performed standby duty prior to July 1, 2018. The city does not have to prove that the petitioners have been paid correctly. Instead, it's the petitioners who must prove that the city's interpretation of its policy is unjustified. Just because the petitioners may honestly believe that they should have received standby pay does not mean that the city violated its policy by not paying them the standby pay. Now let's talk for a minute about what standby pay is. First, the city doesn't even have to pay standby pay. It's a gratuitous benefit. Just like the city provides some police officers with take-home cars, a clothing allowance, or a city-issued phone. The city doesn't have to do those things. And if the city decides to take away those benefits, it could do so. And the city can impose whatever requirements, processes, or procedures it wants in order for an employee to receive standby pay. Now let's look at SOP 300-7. What does it say? First, in Section 1, which governs the procedure for the compensation of employees who are required to perform normal standby duty in addition to their working hours. So there's this requirement that folks have to perform standby pay. This SOP describes standby pay as the time that an employee is required to be in contact with the Emergency Communication Center during the period of time from the end of his normal workday to the beginning of the next workday. It also sets forth a city manager approval process where the city manager must approve a departmental request for standby duty. And it's the department head who shall make the assignments for those standby duties. And those assignments shall normally be assigned on a weekly basis. Everyone on standby duty has to remain in contact with the Emergency Communication Center, and the employee on standby duty has to be ready to make immediate response to a call. So if the petitioners do not prove every single one of those elements as spelled out in SOP 300-7, then they've not met their burden of proof. And petitioners, by their own admissions, have not proven these elements. First, there's been no evidence proving that either homicide or SEU were on standby duty from the end of their normal shift until the beginning of their next shift. Instead, both homicide and SEU have admitted that this did not happen. Both homicide and SEU have multiple teams, and because of this, there's a gap in coverage while the other team is working. This gap in time that homicide and SEU worked, and the gap in time that they worked or had to cover rather is limited. Sometimes it was as little as 4 hours per day. In contrast, we've heard evidence that other positions that receive standby pay, such as the evidence specialist, have to provide coverage for 16 hours a day during the week and 24 hours on the weekend. In other words, these positions are truly on standby from the end of their shift to the beginning of their next shift. Further, petitioners have not presented any evidence that they were required to be in contact with the Emergency Communication Center from the end of their normal workday until the beginning of the next workday. None of the petitioners offered testimony that they checked in or remained in contact with the ECC. Instead, you've heard testimony that petitioners were able to spend time with their families, sleep, attend personal interests, work other jobs, and were only required to be available for a call in the event SEU or homicide was needed. In fact, the petitioners even admitted that some folks were out of town, at the beach, or on vacation when they were supposedly performing standby duty. But most critically, petitioners have not met their burden of proof to show that their position was designated by the chief and approved by the city manager to receive standby pay prior to July 1, 2018. Now, who was on the list prior to that time? Animal control, evidence, the internal affairs sergeant, and a detective sergeant. How do we know this? Through payroll records and other records maintained by the city. And we've also heard why these folks were on the list, because the department needed someone to come in and handle those issues. And we know that as far back as 1995, police department management was aware of the requirements of SOP 300-7. City of Raleigh, Exhibit 6, is a memo from November 9, 1995, from the Police Department Management Retreat. At that time, Police Attorney Dawn Bryant reviewed SOP 300-7 and its requirements. Specifically, she reminded the Police Department Management Team of two critical issues related to standby pay. First, the city manager must approve, and second, the department head will make the assignments. And this 1995 date is important because by that time of this management retreat back then, DOI 110403 had already been approved by the city manager on two separate occasions. And as you know, the petitioners are claiming here that this department operating instruction constitutes the designation and approval process for them to receive standby pay. So again, by 1995, this DOI had been approved on 2 occasions. But more importantly, testimony has established that by 1995, SEU and Homicide had been working an on-call schedule for years and were not receiving standby pay. Let me say that again. By 1995, SEU and Homicide had been working on an on-call schedule for years and were not receiving standby pay. And based on that management team retreat memo, we know that the police department management, including the police attorney, were aware of these requirements of SOP 300-7. And if anyone had ever intended for DOI 110403 to constitute the designation and approval process required by 300-7, folks in SEU and Homicide would have been receiving standby pay. But they weren't. They were not receiving the pay because the city manager and the police chief, as department head, never specifically designated nor approved SEU and Homicide to receive standby pay prior to July 1, 2018. The fact that SEU and Homicide were working what I'll call a first-to-call schedule, to use Captain Tomczak's phrase, at this time, and were not receiving standby pay confirms that the police chief had not designated these teams to receive standby pay, nor the city manager approved them. In other words, the adoption and approval of 110403 by the city manager did not constitute a blanket approval for any sworn law enforcement officer who happened to be on call to receive standby pay. Rather, testimony has established that the city has a process by which positions can be designated to receive standby pay. And given the budgetary impact, this process is much more stringent and involved than a city manager's approval of a generally applicable department operating instruction. Petitioners have not proven that the specific designation and approval process required by 300-7 has occurred. And further testimony has established that there was no need to place SEU or Homicide on standby. If there was a homicide or barricaded subject, patrol officers could technically handle the issue. They may not have had the specialized skills that SEU or Homicide had, but the patrol officers are trained and could handle the situation. In contrast, if you have a piece of evidence that needs to be processed after hours, only an evidence specialist can do that. No one else in the department can. In fact, the police chief does not even have access to the evidence locker. If the department had not designated and approved for the evidence technicians to receive standby pay, every evidence specialist could refuse to come in after hours. Or, if it's on the weekend, every evidence specialist could be out of town, and there would be no one available to process that evidence. In short, petitioners have offered no specific evidence that either Homicide or SEU were designated and approved to receive standby pay prior to July 1, 2018. And in contrast, the city has offered evidence that is consistent with its interpretation of SOP 300-7 that SEU and Homicide were not designated and approved to receive the pay. As I've already mentioned, the petitioners claim that they are entitled to standby pay under SOP 300-7 because it was approved by the city manager when the city manager approved DOI 110403. Now, let's take a closer look at that DOI. What does it really say? The language that the petitioners have been pointing to is under the heading Availability for Emergencies. And that's not surprising because the police deal with emergencies all the time. That's what they do. They're first responders. They're not second responders. The city is in the business of serving the needs of its citizens, and some services, like fire and police, require 24/7, 365-day coverage because bad things don't just happen during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. DOI 1104 states that all sworn officers are subject to recall or standby duty, and the rate of compensation will be specified by city policy, and it references 3 policies. What does it mean to be subject to recall or standby? It just means it may or may not happen. You might be asked to come back to work. You might not be asked to come back to work. And what about that second part, that the rate of compensation will be that determined by city policy? What does that mean? It means, well, if you're asked to come back to work, then you're entitled to compensation as set forth in city policies. I mean, that makes sense. As an employer, the city is legally required to compensate its employees for work. And all of the petitioners have admitted that they've received all of the required compensation for all of the time that they have worked. Now, let's look at what the DOI does not say. First, the DOI does not describe how units may be placed on duty. This DOI does not assign or designate any particular units to standby duty as required by SOP 300-7. There's no mention of any of the 4 original standby pay positions: the evidence specialist, animal control, detective sergeant, and an internal affairs sergeant. There's no mention of SEU, homicide, or crash reconstruction. The DOI clearly does not authorize any specific position for standby pay. The DOI does reference SOP 300-5, 300-6, and 300-7 because those SOPs address compensation. And how a city employee is compensated is determined by those SOPs and not by the DOI, because a DOI cannot set city policies for compensation. The DOI merely states that compensation will be addressed and determined by reference to city policies as they may apply. In other words, the issue of pay may be addressed by either 300-5, 300-6, without necessarily applying SOP 300-7, the standby pay policy. Stated differently, recall or standby duty, if assigned, does not guarantee standby pay. The reasonable interpretation is that when you become a sworn law enforcement officer, you may be required to come back into work and work to help with an emergency. And if you come in, then you will get compensated in compliance with city policy. End of story. And Captain Tomczak today has testified that there have been times when the department has had to call all of the officers into work to deal with protests and emergency. And that testimony was confirmed by Lieutenant Howard. Now, let's look at the petitioner's argument. They claim that because DOI 110403 was signed off by the chief and the city manager, that means essentially any sworn officer who is asked to come and be ready to come back into work as needed is therefore approved and is entitled to receive standby pay under SOP 300-7. If this commission were to accept the petitioner's interpretation, no supervisor would ever be allowed to call a sworn officer into work without paying that officer's standby pay. Taking petitioner's argument to its logical conclusion, then, every single law enforcement officer would be entitled to standby pay every single week because under DOI 110403, all sworn officers are subject to recall or standby. Clearly, this was never the intention and certainly not a reasonable interpretation. Now, let's look at some of the other evidence in the case. You've heard testimony that DOIs have to be submitted to the city manager's office for approval, and that's what Chief Deck Brown did, just like the other chiefs before her. She submitted DOI 110403 to the city manager's office for approval. You've also heard that department heads cannot commit city funds through a DOI. There has to be a budgetary process that has to be followed. This process is a many months process that involves budget personnel, the city manager's office, and others. The police chief does not have a blank check to spend city funds in a willy-nilly manner. There is significant oversight over the budgeted funds, and that's as it should be, because the city's revenue is public funds from taxpayers. What the evidence has shown is that the Raleigh Police Department's budget requests to the city manager and city council show that the police department only included standby pay in its overtime budget line item and only for the original 4 standby positions: evidence specialist, animal control, detective sergeant, and IA. It did not include any budget requests for SEU or homicide. And the evidence has also shown that payroll records show that only the 4 original standby pay positions ever received standby pay prior to July 1, 2018. As you've heard and is required by law, the City Council is responsible for setting the budget, which includes the compensation for its employees. North Carolina law requires that the City Council adopt a balanced budget, and the North Carolina statutes require that the city manager administer pay plans for employees after they have been approved by the City Council. These duties and responsibilities are also contained in the city's charter. So, consistent with the North Carolina statutes and the city's charter, you've heard testimony that the chief of police does not have the authority to use the funds which the City Council has adopted by a budget ordinance in any way that she sees fit. She can only spend those funds as allowed by the budget. And prior to July 1, 2018, no budget included compensation for SEU or homicide to receive standby pay, which is further evidence that the city manager's approval of 110403 did not constitute the designation and approval process required by 300-7. And this evidence was supported by testimony from Chief Deck Brown, Captain Tom Zach, and others who testified that the city's interpretation of SOP 300-7 has remained the same over the years. During this hearing, we learned that the standby pay the issue regarding standby pay arose when Deputy Chief Perry sent out a memo which referenced standby pay. You've also heard testimony that Deputy Chief Perry had absolutely zero authority to designate any positions to receive standby pay. In other words, the petitioners cannot claim that Deputy Chief Perry's memo in any way whatsoever authorized them to receive standby pay. We've learned that this issue, which ultimately resulted in Deputy Chief Perry's memo, began when an evidence specialist who was designated to be on official standby duty did not respond to a call and come back to the police department to process evidence as required. Captain Tom Zach received the complaint about this evidence specialist, investigated the complaint, and ultimately that evidence specialist was disciplined because she did not comply with the expectations of her position while she was serving standby duty and receiving standby pay. In contrast, petitioners have admitted that some of their members of their teams were able to take vacation, go out of town, and did not have to report back to work while they were on call as long as minimum staffing levels were met. The fundamental difference between the petitioners and the people that were on these paid standby lists was that the petitioners were apparently permitted to go out of town, not come into work at all in some cases, respond from the beach or the mountains, all of which could have resulted from discipline if they were receiving standby pay. This is an important distinction because being in a position that is designated to receive standby pay is quite different than being in a position that is on the first to call list. To support their position, petitioners presented testimony from Sergeant Brian Hall, who, like the evidence specialist, had been in a position designated and approved to receive standby pay. And as Sergeant Hall testified, at one point, he was in internal affairs and in a position designated to receive standby pay. One evening, he got a call asking him to come back to work, even though he wasn't on standby duty at the time. He testified that he didn't come back to work because he had consumed some alcohol. Now, unlike the evidence specialist who was disciplined for not coming back into work when required, Sergeant Hall was not disciplined at that time because he was not the officer on standby duty, and he was not the officer designated to receive standby pay for that week. Petitioners have not presented any evidence that anyone in SEU or homicide was ever actually disciplined if they did not come in when called. Indeed, they presented testimony through Sergeant Hall that no discipline was imposed for not coming in when being called. Why is this distinction important? It's important because it reinforces the city's position that SEU and homicide never were designated and approved to receive standby pay. Had they been designated and approved prior to that time, petitioners would have been subject to discipline for not coming in when called. Petitioners argue that they're entitled to standby pay because some employees in the police department are getting this pay and they're not. This argument completely ignores the requirements of SOP 300-7. Petitioner's argument implies that the city cannot pay some employees standby pay and not others. However, this argument does not hold water. The city treats employees differently all the time. As Captain Tomzak testified, some employees in the police department get a take-home car. Other employees get a city-issued cell phone. Some employees get a clothing allowance. Some employees, like the folks in SEU, get to work out while on duty. And this different treatment is because of the different duties and responsibilities of their positions, and it's legally permissible. Simply because some positions have been designated and approved to receive standby pay does not mean that all positions have been designated or approved. Such an interpretation of 300-7 is illogical and would completely undermine the city manager's discretion afforded to him or her by the city charter. Petitioners also claim that no one told us about standby pay, and we didn't know that we should be receiving standby pay. However, this argument, too, has no merit. In the case of Monaghan versus County of Chesterfield, a group of police officers brought an FLSA action claiming that they were entitled to allege overtime. And looking at those claims, the Fourth Circuit rejected the plaintiff's position that they were not told how they would be compensated. The Fourth Circuit stated, "We do not put much weight in, nor find such no one told us claims very persuasive. Even if the parties never expressly agree to the terms of employment, an agreement can easily be implied for their conduct." The court noted, where the parties' actions and the circumstances demonstrate that the plaintiff was aware of a particular condition of employment, the employee's acceptance of and continued employment manifests acceptance of the condition. However, if the employee contemporaneously protests, there's no implied agreement. We believe that the well-educated and intelligent men and women serving as law enforcement officers today are clearly capable of comprehending the material terms of their employment, end quote. And just as in Monaghan, the officers here certainly were capable of knowing and ascertaining the material terms of their employment. They had multiple methods to learn about SOP 300-7, including the fact that all of the petitioners received training on DOI 110403. Some of the petitioners even received specific training about standby pay while they were in supervisor training. And yet, the petitioners never protested the fact that they were not receiving standby pay until they filed their formal grievances. Simply put, petitioners' claim that they were unaware of the standby pay issue is completely contrary to the evidence presented here. The city has presented evidence which requires that all employees be familiar with DOIs and SOPs, and the petitioners admitted during their testimony that they were required to do this. You've also heard that the petitioners had multiple ways to access this information, through CoreCon, the Loop, and even during roll calls. The petitioners also received specific training on DOI 110403. And again, some received supervisor training. And during the supervisor training, there were even questions at that time about standby pay. And yet petitioners now claim that they had no idea that they were supposed to be receiving standby pay until they received Deputy Chief Perry's memo. And we've heard testimony about the process that employees use to record their time, including the fact that the timekeeping system had an option to record standby pay. Captain Tomczak testified that there is a requirement that all employees must accurately report their time, and if there's a problem with their pay, they must report it to their supervisor, but none of the petitioners ever made any such complaint. Given the requirements to be familiar with SOPs and DOIs, as well as the multiple avenues for training and notice, petitioners cannot seriously now claim that they were ignorant of the standby pay policy. Petitioners have made much of the fact that the city has stipulated that they perform standby duty, and by stipulating to this fact, the petitioners are entitled to standby pay. This argument too fails. As we have already discussed, being put on standby or on call or first to call does not automatically entitle you to standby pay. 300-7 requires a specific designation and approval process. An admission by the city that an employee may have been on standby does not constitute an admission that the employee is entitled to standby pay unless the requirements of 300-7 have been met. And one of the challenges in the hearing has been the fact that police department has a number of terms that are used interchangeably. And the city witnesses and even petitioners themselves had testified repeatedly that folks in the police department use multiple words to describe standby or being on call. Whether you use the word standby or on call, all of these terms just signify the reality that a sworn law enforcement officer with the city of Raleigh must come back to work if they are called. And today we've heard testimony from Captain Tomczak, who more accurately described these schedules as first-to-call schedules. And as you recall, Captain Tomczak shared that when he created the Crash Reconstruction Unit, it was folks in the Crash Reconstruction Unit who developed the first-to-call list, meaning that if no member of the unit was on duty when their services were needed, they organically developed this plan to provide some predictability as to who might get called back into work. And this plan was to benefit the members of the unit because it allowed those who were not on the first to call to have more predictability. And when Captain Tomczak and his unit created this plan, they didn't get the police chief's approval. They developed this schedule because it benefited them to have this predictability. And petitioners have not presented any evidence that the police chief approved their on-call schedules. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary, as indicated in the petitioner's responses to the questionnaires requested by Charnel Jones. Petitioners admitted that the schedules were approved by the division major and not the police chief. And as head of CRU, Captain Tomczak testified he didn't have authority to designate or approve anyone in CRU to get standby pay. In fact, he testified that he tried to get standby pay for folks on his unit, just as folks in SEU previously had tried to get standby pay for the folks in SEU. In short, petitioners who have the burden of proof have not presented any evidence to dispute the fact that only those 4 positions that have been designated and approved to receive standby pay. All they've offered is that their interpretation of SOP 300-7 is inconsistent with the historical evidence and deprives the city manager of his or her discretion to interpret and apply city policy. Briefly, I did want to address the issues related to the timing and involving and responding to the grievances. We've heard a lot of testimony about the time it took for the city to respond to the petitioner's grievances, and the city has presented...
Ms. Smith, excuse me.
Yes.
How much more time are you going to require?
About less than 2 minutes.
Good. Please proceed.
Okay. So in response to the time to respond to the grievances, there's not much more to say other than given the substantial challenges in the case, the city responded within a reasonable time. Also, I know that the commission has already denied the motion on the sovereign immunity issue. I just want to raise that and say that the city still maintains the position that immunity applies. In closing, these grievances are disputes about how a decades-old city policy should be interpreted. The evidence has shown that this policy has been consistently applied and interpreted by the city the entire time. Petitioners have not presented any evidence other than their strained interpretation of SOP 300-7 in conjunction with DOI 110403 that they are entitled to standby pay. So again, the issue is, have the petitioners proven by the greater weight of the evidence that the city of Raleigh violated SOP 300-7 and that the city's action was unjustified? The answer to that question is no, and the city urges that this commission find that the petitioners have not met their burden. The city urges this commission to affirm the denial of the petitioners' grievances seeking standby pay prior to July 1, 2018. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, Chairman Reeves, I have a demonstrative exhibit I think I would like to hand out that's going to help keep my testimony shorter and show the violations of policy. And I believe this was going to be emailed to Ms. Ball and yourself, so I don't know if that's been done. Ralph, do we know that?
I do have the email saying that Mr. Boggs had sent it to both the chairman and to Ms. Ball. If they both have it, would you please signify you do?
I have
Excuse me,
not.
when was it mailed?
All right. It was. He had emailed it to the both of you at 2:04 this afternoon.
Well, I'll have to check my email. Just one second. I have it.
Good.
Are we ready to proceed?
Let's proceed.
Okay. I want to thank the members of the commission for your time in this case. I know it's been a long one, and I'm going to try to keep this pretty short because we did file the briefs. These 37 sworn Raleigh police officers do have a claim for standby pay and under 300-7, and the city has violated standby pay policy. Before I talk about the ways that the city has violated the policy of 300-7, I want to just briefly touch on the jurisdiction issue since the city keeps raising that. The Civil Service Commission has the authority to hear appeals related to violations of city policy regarding suspension, layoffs, removal, promotions, forfeiture of pay, or loss of time. The petitioners did allege that they had a forfeiture of pay because they were working standby duties and they lost that pay and they lost this time because they performed duties where they would have gotten 8 hours of pay, which is a loss of time. So they have stated this is exactly the type of violation that the commission has the authority to weigh in on, so to speak. The city has also previously admitted in this case twice that this commission has jurisdiction and stipulated Exhibit 14, which was admitted into evidence. These are letters that were sent to every one of these sworn police officers that said, your position is covered by the Civil Service Act and has appeal rights to the commission. In the motion to dismiss hearing for a failure to state a claim, Commission Member Rubin specifically asked the city attorney this question about jurisdiction and asked, I want to make sure I understand the city's position. If we have jurisdiction, you'll consider the case, but you think that it should be dismissed under 12b-6. And the city attorney replied, you would have jurisdiction to hear a city policy violation if the petitioners are alleging a claim under some legal theory. I want to also point out that the standby pay that's at issue here is not a discretionary pay policy. It's a mandatory policy. So therefore, the commission does have jurisdiction over this matter. General Statute 160A-162 does give authority to the city council to set compensation pay for city employees. And there was a policy passed for standby pay 300-7, which is at issue today, which is stipulated Exhibit 1. And the purpose of this policy is clearly stated in the policy, and it says the purpose is to establish a procedure for the compensation of employees who are required to perform standby duty in addition to their normal working hours. And it also not only states the purpose of the policy, but it states what the exclusions are, and it's who's eligible and who's not. And the people that are not eligible would be a department head, a division head, and those above a pay grade 35, which would be your exempt employees. So the purpose of the policy is clear. And you've heard extensive testimony about how standby duties work and the impact that it can have or it may have on employees that have to be in a state of readiness. So there's Exhibit 11, which is in evidence, talked about the percentage of times that these employees sometimes are getting called back in 45 to 58% of the time that they're on this duty. So imagine going into a weekend and you're on standby and there's a 58% chance you might be called back in. You're probably not going to be as relaxed as you normally would. But in any event, obviously this policy was created to provide compensation for people that are performing a duty for the city. There's also obviously a relationship or a nexus between the duty and the pay. If you perform the duty, you receive the pay. If you receive the pay, it's for the duty. So they're intertwined, and that's what the compensation is for. All of the petitioners in this case are eligible under 300-7. We know that partly because they started receiving the pay July 1st, 2018. So none of them are department heads, division heads, are exempt employees. I now want to start looking at this exhibit that I gave you because it's going to help very quickly explain the policy violations. So what I did is in the first row, I summarized the procedure for 300-7. And 300-7 has a 4-step procedure. And I'm keeping this simple just to kind of illustrate how the city is violating policy. So we do know, and we all agree, that the city manager has to approve a department request for standby duties. That's the very first requirement of the procedure. There's an additional sentence about a one-time approval, but I don't think it's necessary to talk about that at this time. So the first step, city manager has to approve a request for standby duty. Second step, the department head would make the assignments. The third step is that the city employee is going to perform the duty, and that is staying in contact with the communication center, shall be ready to make immediate response if needed. And then once you get past the third step, then step 4 happens, which says that employees will receive the pay. They shall be paid 8 hours at their normal hourly rate of pay for each week of such duty. So that's the process of 300-7. City manager makes approval of standby duty. The department head assigns the duties, the employee performs the duty, and then the pay is required by the policy. So if you move on this exhibit now to the next column, so I listed the first column of what the procedures are. The next column is what the evidence we believe shows as far as what's happened here in this particular case. The petitioners have presented evidence that the city manager did approve sworn Raleigh police officers to be placed on standby duty. The primary evidence for this is, of course, 1104-03, which was signed by every city manager from 1989 to the present date. But there's other evidence of this as well. We have employees in the police department receiving standby pay. So obviously they couldn't receive standby pay if at some point someone, the manager had approved standby for the department in some form or fashion. We also have the Perry memo, which talks about 1104-03 and that you have to follow 1104-03 and follow 300-6. Why would you need to follow 1104-03 with regards to 300-6 but not 300-7? The city also admitted during a hearing in November of 2018, again, Commission Member Rubin asking good questions, but he said, could you agree that 1104-03 approves standby duty? He's asked that to the city attorney, and she says, correct. 1104-03 does approve sworn police officers to be placed on standby duty. So the petitioners have proven that the city manager has approved standby duty for sworn officers in the Raleigh Police Department, and that's step 1. We then go to step 2, which is has SEU and the homicide officers been assigned standby duty. There's overwhelming evidence of this. I listed it in my brief. It took up 3 pages of the brief. First of all, we have the answer that was filed by the department in April of 2018. This was filed before any pay was ever received in July. And in the answer that was filed by the city, they said that these employees had been assigned to standby duty. We also have the subsequent, there's 2 more stipulations in the case that they were assigned standby duty, and they had basically agreed that these employees have been assigned standby duty. We also have the head of the department, which is the chief of police, again from 1989 to the present date, approving 1104-03. And we also have extensive witness testimony that these petitioners were assigned standby duty, and I'm not going to go through all that because it's in the brief, but we have a multitude of witnesses that testified that they were performing standby duty. We again have multiple city admissions and filings with the commission, filings in briefs where they say the city's not denying that these employees were assigned standby duty. So again, there's overwhelming actual evidence that these employees were assigned standby duties, which meets step 2 of the procedure. Step 3, what these petitioners have to show is that they then actually perform the duties. They had to show that they actually performed standby by maintaining contact and performing these duties. And again, that's proven through witness testimony, the on-call schedules of the petitioners. And I also listed a lot of that evidence in my brief. But SEU petitioner Brent Howard testified that he and the employees in that unit had performed these duties for approximately 12 years. He talked about the types of calls they took and when they reported in. He talked about driving a separate vehicle to his children's sporting activities, basketball games. They said they couldn't drink. You heard from Detective Zeke Morse gave extensive testimony about the schedules that these detectives were working. And he also testified that no one was ever disciplined because they always came back in. So he did testify that they were performing the work. Brian Bracey, Sergeant Bracey, testified that all three teams had been performing and running these teams since 2011. He says if you're called in for SWAT team, you need to be there right now. There's multiple stipulated exhibits that these petitioners have filed, again, supporting that they have performed these standby duties. So in column 2, we have the city manager approval, we have the assignment of the duties and the performance of the duties, but no pay was received. And so this is the first alleged violation that we're saying took place with 300-7. The city has argued that there was no manager approval for standby pay. They've argued that these particular employees weren't designated for the pay. And they've argued that they can have some people on standby without the pay and some people on standby with the pay. So the first problem with this argument, if you look at the third column, the city says there's no approval for standby pay. The first problem is that that's not required by 300-7. So nowhere in the procedure for 300-7 does it state that a city manager has to approve standby pay. What 300-7 states is that the city manager has to approve the duties, the assignments are made, the work is performed, and then by virtue of the policy itself, the pay is automatic. The second problem with them saying that the city manager has never approved standby pay for these sworn police officers is, again, 1104-03. Because if you remember from 1104-03, there's 2 paragraphs, and the first one states that these employees, I'm going to try to find that, are subject to recall or standby duty, and when placed on such duty, they'll hold themselves in readiness. But then it goes on to say, the rate of compensation will be that specified by city policy. So on the face of it, in the written document, 1104-03 does approve pay for these duties, but again, that's not required by 300-7. So the city says, number 1, didn't happen. There was no manager approval of pay, but they still assigned these officers to standby duties. The officers still performed the duties. And then years later, they conducted an analysis of factors contingent on budget approval to then decide to start paying these officers when they decided to pay them. Well, again, this is still a policy violation because, number 1, they skipped the first step of the policy, 300-7. Second, there's no analysis or discretion of factors that is listed in 300-7 that should be considered in deciding whether to put someone on standby or whether to pay someone for standby duty. There's an argument that could be made. I don't think any of us know, do we need something more specific than they said sworn officers can be placed on standby? Does a city manager need to say, we've got 2 sworn officers, one's a burglary and one's SEU, and do we need more specific approval? We don't know. Nobody knows because this was done so many years ago and the current management isn't here. But if you do believe there needed to be some other type of approval, that still should have been done first. You still have to follow City Policy 300-7, and you have to go through the appropriate steps. You don't just place employees on standby duty without the approval and require them to perform these duties without the compensation that's set forth in the city policy. I don't think I really need to talk about designated for the pay language. I think that the logical interpretation of 300-7 is when they talk about someone being designated for the pay, they're talking about the people that are designated through this procedure on the second page. Otherwise, the policy basically becomes meaningless. And if there was supposed to be discretion in the way that this policy was going to be implemented, I think that would have been stated in the policy itself. And I don't agree that it's a good policy to treat employees who are technically doing the same thing, giving them different pays. I don't think this is analogous to a car, having a take-home car. That's completely different. When there's a set pay policy, it needs to be across the board, consistent with city employees. The other thing I want to point out about the city's interpretation and arguments about 300-7 is that there's no evidence. I would say there is zero evidence that supports this interpretation. You got the Perry memo, you've got the management retreat memo, you've got Captain Tomsack wrote 2 memos. You have the petitioner's exhibit 2, which was an email to the division commanders. Every single document in this case that discusses this policy doesn't have anything about designated for the pay, only certain positions. There's no evidence to support that type of interpretation. There's also no evidence that these employees were not designated, that the city witnesses don't have any personal knowledge as to how these employees were first placed on standby duty. City witness Deputy Chief Counsel admitted he didn't know if they were designated or not. It was before his time. Charnel Jones had only worked at the department for 2 years, and she said she looked at the payroll records and just made an assumption. Marshall Adams David testified that prior to this chief's memo in 2018, she had never been involved in approving anyone for standby duty. Neither the chief or Captain Tomsack was involved in approving these units for standby duty. So there is no one truly with any personal knowledge. So all of these arguments are just arguments and theories. It's not based on evidence. So we presented evidence, and there's no evidence to refute the evidence I already spoke about. I also kind of want to talk about this elusive standby list. We've been through this proceeding now almost 4 years. I don't know what the standby list is, if there's a real list, what it is. It's very elusive. Chief Deck Brown testified that her memo was the proper procedure to designate these employees for standby pay. There's many problems with that assertion. If you look at the memo, the first problem is that this memo is not even signed by a city manager. It discusses we're going to decide whether to pay someone standby based on specialized assignment, frequency of demand, necessity of skill set, fairness, again, factors that are not in 300-7. There's units that she's saying she's approving for standby that are already performing standby duties. There's also the problem with this memo being the correct way to do things is there is no memo since 1989. Since 1104-03 was passed, there are no memos. And maybe the reason there are no memos is because because this policy took care of it. And maybe that's why there's no memo. And because there's no memo since 1989, there's no similar memo for evidence, animal control, or internal affairs. And finally, the biggest problem with this memo is that Assistant City Manager testified this didn't even approve standby pay. She said, oh, well, we still had to do the budget. So it's not credible that this is the proper procedure, and it's obviously when you compare it to 300-7, it's not the proper procedure to follow city policy. We had what I would consider maybe some surprising testimony from the chief, who said, well, she kind of insinuated everyone's on callback and this is voluntary, this duties that these petitioners were performing, and that's just inconsistent with all of the other witness testimony and evidence. There are approximately 1,000 employees in the Raleigh Police Department. They are not all on standby. They do not all work standby schedules. You have people coming out of the academy and in patrol. They're not working standby schedule. All of these officers that actually worked in these different positions, and there were about 8 that testified, even including Deputy Chief Counsel, when I asked them questions about what positions they worked a standby duty or on-call schedule, they didn't hesitate. You saw their credibility. They could immediately say, this position I did, this position I didn't. So there is a difference. There is a difference between being called in for a hurricane and being scheduled every other week to perform a duty. And Deputy Chief Counsel testified when he was performing standby duty in SCU in 1999 that he had a pager. He said, I engaged in personal pursuits I wanted to, with the understanding that if the pager goes off and you're called in, you have to respond and be there. So the overwhelming evidence is that these employees were required to come in. They were told they were required to come in, and they did perform these duties. I'm going to wrap this up. Captain Tomsack has testified that there's a big S and a little s. I've never heard that before today. My clients probably have never heard of that before today. We certainly have never heard of a first to call list until today. It's not in any answer that the city filed when they responded to these claims. It's not in any memos we've had, and we've done several sets of memos. We had a memo in opposition to the motion to dismiss, or they filed motions to dismiss memos. We've had memos on position statements. This is the first time now, 4 years into this case, that we've heard this term, first to call list. So at this time, I believe that the evidence has clearly shown that there's a violation of city policy. And there's 3 ways it's potentially been violated. Number 1, the duties were approved, they were assigned and performed, and the petitioner didn't receive the pay. Second, if there should have been some other type of approval, it should have been done before these petitioners were placed on the duty. And finally, there is a problem with them applying this in a discretionary manner, paying some employees for the same duties and not paying others. The timeliness of the grievances clearly states the city has argued and argued and argued that these employees should have known about 300-7 earlier, but that's not what the standard is in the grievance procedure. The grievance procedure says that they have to file a complaint when it occurred or became known to them. So they timely brought this up the day, they all testified the same day, they realized, they saw Deputy Chief Perry's memo, and they realized that there was an actual policy that they were going, that they should be receiving this pay. The issues that have been attached to the pre-hearing or the amended pre-hearing order for you to determine today was, has the City of Raleigh violated SOP 300-7 and 110403 by failing to pay these sworn police officers, the petitioner's employees in the Selective Enforcement Unit and Homicide Unit standby pay for times that they were assigned and performing these duties? The answer to that question, we believe, is yes. And the alternative, has the city violated policy by not following the proper procedures to authorize standby pay or authorize standby for these petitioners beforehand? And then finally, is there any other ways that they're violating the policy by paying some of the officers and not paying others? So we would ask that you all find that the city has violated policy, and that the actions by the city in denying standby pay to these petitioners when it came to their attention was unjustified. And they are performing standby duties now, and they're doing the same thing they were doing before, and they are receiving the pay. So the duties they were performing obviously qualified for the pay, or they wouldn't have been receiving it now. And I appreciate your time in this matter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Okay, we'll take this to the table. And as usual, we'll ask each commissioner to comment on her or his view of the case. And then if there, we'll invite a motion and we'll vote on the motion. So, Commissioner Rubin, would you begin the discussion?
Yes, sir. And I'm going to try to be somewhat brief. I know, though, we've had a lot of testimony and it's a complex case, and so I did want to try and put some thoughts on the record that might be helpful. I just wanted to very briefly begin by addressing the jurisdictional argument. Obviously, that's very belated to be talking about subject matter jurisdiction after, I think, 4 days of evidentiary hearings. But you can't waive subject matter jurisdiction, so I do think that we have to consider that argument anyway. I don't think the city has made any binding representations that would deprive it of the ability to argue that we lack subject matter jurisdiction. I know that there were some points raised in argument that talked about things the city had said at various points about us having jurisdiction. I didn't think any of those were so on point that they would rise to the level of sort of stipulations, even if they could do that. But I will say that us considering this late is incredibly prejudicial, not just to the commission to be hearing a motion to dismiss on jurisdiction after, probably 25 hours of hearings, but also it's prejudicial to the petitioners who, if we lack jurisdiction, don't need to exhaust before us, and they could have proceeded to court if they wanted 4 years ago. And so, I think it's unfortunate for us to be considering it this time. I will say that I would conclude that we have jurisdiction over this case. It relates to a claim the city violated its policy relating to forfeiture or pay of loss of time. And I think that's exactly what we have here. I do think that the city's points on page 12 and 13 of its brief about deferring to the city manager's interpretation of policies are relevant to our discussion. I don't think they're relevant to jurisdiction, but I do think that that's something that we should consider when we talk about the merits. On the merits, I think we talked at some point, I think, during the motion to dismiss hearing when I went back and reviewed the transcripts in this case. We talked a lot about how there were a lot of mainly legal questions with some factual questions here. I think the determination of what SOP 300-7 says is mostly a legal question. It's mostly a question of interpretation. And I think that when we interpret a policy like that, I think we wouldn't do it any different than a court does, which means that we look at the text, and if it has a purpose that's stated and clear, we consider it in the context of its purpose. And some cases that would be on that point would be our Supreme Court's decision in Burgess v. House of Raleigh, 326 NC 205. It has to me, it has a very plainly stated purpose. It to establish the procedure for the compensation of employees required to perform normal standby duty in addition to their normal working hours. And it shall be, and this is in section 4.0, it shall be the policy of the city of Raleigh to compensate designated personnel for being on standby duty as herein defined. I find it very hard to read that policy as anything other than a mandate that when employees are put on standby duty, they must be paid for it. It's a requirement of the city's policy adopted by the city council, as our testimony said. And so while we would defer certainly to the city's interpretation, deference can only go so far when you have a policy that's that clear. The city focuses on the term designated, saying that these petitioners were not designated for standby duty, but the policy defines standby duty as the time that an employee is required to be in contact with the emergency communications center from the end of his normal workday to the beginning of the next. And I think that the evidence that's been in front of us today, it shows that those requirements were placed on these petitioners. I think it's clear that they did work that would be defined as standby duty. It's actually stipulated in this case, and they were required to do that for their positions. They were specifically required to hold themselves in readiness and to be ready to make immediate response to a call. I recognize sometimes they took leave from those obligations. Sometimes the whole team didn't have to be there, but it's no different from when any of us takes leave from our job. You wouldn't say we don't work at our job anymore when we take leave. If you aren't on standby duty those 3 days that you got permission not to be on standby duty. And it sounds like that's in fact how it's working today. I would further conclude it was known to the police department that these officers were required to be on standby duty. And I know that some of the city's witnesses testified that these sacrifices were voluntary. I don't doubt anybody's truthfulness or integrity about it, but I just think the weight of the evidence shows that this was not voluntary. It was a expectation from supervisory down that they must do it. And I think even Captain Tomczak's testimony today acknowledged that for SEU and homicide, this wasn't voluntary. It was required of them to do it. So I don't think that 300-7 allows for this possibility that the city has carved out of people who are required to work standby duty but don't get paid. I think actually that's exactly what the policy says you're not allowed to do. So the other question just comes down to me about whether the city manager and the police chief approved this duty or not. And I think that's a much closer question because we certainly have 1104-03. It says all sworn officers are subject to recall or standby duty. The 300-7 doesn't prescribe a particular method of approval, but with the repeated city manager approval of that policy, I do think it at least suggests that there was approval of the city manager for sworn officers to be subject to standby duty on a department level. I recognize the city takes a different view, but I think on the whole, when you have this many approvals over time and it being so widely known, likewise, I think you would run into a problem either way. And this kind of goes, I think this actually goes to what the petitioners are arguing, which is it's a violation either way. If the policy doesn't permit unpaid standby, then either it's a violation because they were approved for standby and aren't getting paid, or it's a violation because they were required to work standby when it wasn't approved. Either way, that would be a violation of the policy. It might go to the remedy, I don't know. So I think all in all, when I look at it, 1104-03 says all sworn officers are subject to recall or standby duty. I know the chief testified that all officers are on standby generally, but I think the next sentence is very important because it goes on to say, when placed on such duty, those officers will hold themselves in readiness. That language to me clearly indicates not all officers are always on standby. It's those who are placed on such duty who have to hold themselves in readiness. And then it goes on to say the compensation is referred to 300-567, which means it's anticipated that when placed on that duty, they'll be compensated pursuant to the city policies. There were a few things that were mentioned in the arguments. I thought the quote from the Fourth Circuit case, I don't recall the name of it, was interesting, talking about how when you have a repeated work function over a long period of time, you can kind of hold that against employees for knowing things. But I think that kind of goes both ways. Because if these units were working standby for decades and it was known by everyone that they were doing that, I think that suggests that the city was okay with that was something that the city was finding acceptable. Likewise, the city has stipulated they were approved for standby duty, as I understand it. So all of that together, I do think it's a close question about the approval piece. I found that to be the closest question in the case, and I would still remain open to being convinced otherwise. But it seems to me that we have sufficient evidence to show that this was approved through 1104-03, that they were approved for standby duty, and that 300-7 does not allow the discretion on whether to pay or not. Now, I will say there were things raised at various times about whether it is a good policy or not, and I would just say that is not within our purview. It certainly is a very old policy. Maybe there's arguments to be made that 300-7 shouldn't apply the way it does to the rest of the city when it's applied to the police department. I don't know, but I do know that that's not our job. It is a policy, it is law as far as the city is concerned. If the city council wishes to revise it, it sounds like they probably have authority to remove it, to change it, to do anything they want to do to it. But as long as it is policy, I do think that the city has to follow it. So those were the thoughts that I wanted to put out there in response to the arguments. And thanks for letting me go on so long.
Ms. Klein,
yeah, I find this a deeply troubling situation too, although I think probably my overall impression is that the petitioners, although they have put on a very strong case, I do not think they have met their burden of showing that there was a violation of city policy and that it was unjustified. And I think the basis for that really for me comes down to both a legal interpretation and a practical interpretation. I think there's no question, and I think Officer Tomczak today made clear that this has been kind of the expected interpretation, correctly or not, for a long time, which is that there are certain designated roles that would be required to have to be truly on standby, as in not on vacation, not having another different job, truly being in readiness. And I think I'm convinced by that testimony that that has been the practice. I think from the perspective of 30-7 and 1104-3, I don't find that language is clear enough to make it so that because you are on standby, lowercase s, and I realize that that is a new designation, but you're supposed to be around. I think that is to be distinguished from the kinds of situations that the witness today talked about, where the evidence officer and so forth. I also was convinced, it seems like forever ago, by Chief Deck Brown's arguments, statements, and testimony that she did not believe that she had approved standby duty and pay. And although legally, we don't have to necessarily consider on the ground the budgetary or fiscal impact of the legal interpretation of this. I am persuaded that one of the reasons that there has to be a city manager approval and a clear city manager approval and a clear department head designation of eligibility for standby pay is simply practical, and it is budgetary. I'm also come from an employment law background, and there is a distinct difference between, and I'm I guess swayed by that, between paying for work, and as in you are actually called in to do the job, which of course you have to be paid for, as opposed to not actually being called in and being on standby. And so overall, I don't believe that petitioners have met the burden of showing that there's a violation of policy, and that it is unjustified. And I'm also swayed by the city's argument that the city manager, I think there's no question here that the policies are confusing, insufficient, not clear. And therefore, to the extent there's a balance, I do think the city manager's discretion is persuasive to me as a basis to find no violation. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Ball?
Mr. Chair, did you call him? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without going through all of the arguments, I'll just underline what I think were most of the arguments that Commissioner Rubin made. I find those arguments to be the ones that I noted, and would say I definitely think we have jurisdiction in this, and I do think there was a violation of policy, and I think the petitioners made the case for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I agree with Ms. Ball and Phil that there's no question about jurisdiction, and we certainly have that. We're talking about city policies here. And it's unfortunate, it's not fair to the commissioners and the petitioners and the respondents in this case that the nomenclature used in these things is so confusing. We've had a number of hearings, we've got 1,000 pages, 2,000 pages of documents here, and it's still very difficult to know the difference between recall, standby, standby small s, standby large s. But I actually think the distinction with the small s and the large s makes sense. If you look at 110403, it says all sworn officers are subject to recall or standby duty. It doesn't mean that you're always on that necessarily, but you're subject to it. If you take that to its logical extent, and everybody is already in that status, the entire police department gets, that pay. So that doesn't make sense. You've got to work around that a little bit, and then when you read that in context with the standard operating procedure, it clearly talks about, get these pages stuck together, clearly talks about the city manager's responsibilities. And to me, when I read this, and it's just differently the way Mr. Rubin does, I read this that there are two levels of standby. And I don't think that that's discriminatory or illegal if it's done on a rational basis. And they have done that. And there's a difference in my mind between deserving a certain amount of pay or being entitled to it. And clearly the dangerous, difficult work that SEU does, the horrible things that homicide detectives have to deal with, clearly those things deserve some compensation, but I'm not to the point now where I'm convinced that they were entitled to it under these policies. So I would be more inclined to be in the camp with Denise.
Comment, I'm going to have to agree with Ms. Klein and Mr. McCormick here. I think obviously SOP 300-7 is far from entirely fair. However, it does link compensation. I think it bifurcates the performance or the requirement for the performance on the part of some officers to stand by duty. It bifurcates that from the designation for compensation. And I agree with Mr. McCormick that there are two classifications here of standby duty. So I think the petitioners have done a very fine job. Their evidence has been persuasive, but I think as a matter of law, I will have to go with the city here. So do we have a motion?
Well, I will move that the commission rule that the petitioners have not met their burden to show a violation of city policy and a lack of justification.
And I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, let's voice vote on this. Obviously, if you agree with the motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you'll vote no. Ms. Ball, you want to go first?
I vote no.
Okay, Mr. Rubin?
I vote no.
Ms. Klein?
Having made the motion, I vote yes.
And Mr. McCormick?
I vote yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the petition of the petitioners, the appeal of the petitioners in this case is denied. Now I think we've been requested to hear an offer of proof from the city on evidence that was excluded, and I'll ask that, given the length of time we've been here today, that Ms. Smith, you go as quickly as you can.
Yes, it
Can I
shouldn't take.
just make a comment that because it involves documents, I think it's my understanding that an offer of proof with documents, she could just describe them and file them. I mean, I don't think we need testimony, but that's just my understanding of how an offer of proof can work with documents to save time.
I've got a
Well, I would agree. I don't think we want to hear testimony.
Okay, let me get the documents. Just 1 second. Okay, the city would like to offer up, as part of its offer of proof, 3 documents, and I have the originals here in case anyone would like to inspect them. The first is an October 8, 1985 memo from Dempsey Benton to the department heads. And this memo was sent out shortly after the SOP 300-7 was put into place. And in this memo, City Manager Dempsey Benton discusses standby duty and says that if employees are going to be placed on this standby duty, that there has to be a request to the city manager explaining the reason for the standby duty and why it's necessary for these employees. The memo also instructs that a list of approved standby personnel will be maintained by the payroll division at all times, and department heads will be responsible for furnishing this list of authorized standby personnel to payroll and for updating the list as necessary. So that's the October 8, 1985 memo. The city also offers, in connection with its offer of proof, an inter-office correspondence from Police Chief Heineman to City Manager Dempsey Benton, dated June 9th, 1986, where he requests that certain sergeants receive standby pay for performing standby duty. There's also a discussion as to how these officers who are performing the standby duty will be paid. It also indicates by initials, OK, and then it has the initials DEB, which are the initials of the city manager, indicating that the request to place individuals on standby duty and to receive standby pay was approved. And lastly, in connection with the offer of proof, the city offers an inter-office correspondence, again, from Police Chief Heineman to City Manager Dempsey Benton, dated May 26, 1988. And this really doesn't have to do with the standby pay issue, but it talks about seeking reimbursement for overtime costs and requests for overtime pay for certain folks. And this just goes to show that, again, before the police chief can commit city funds in a manner that's not been approved in the city budget, that there has to be a request to the city manager, and that's what was done here. At the bottom, it does have the signature of the city manager indicating that the request was approved. And I will provide copies of these exhibits to the clerk, Mr. Ralph Puccini. Again, I have the originals available, and if any of the commissioners would like to receive copies of those memos, I have those as well.
These, for purposes of informing the commissioners in the event you don't know, these documents were not listed on the original pre-hearing order as exhibits or offers of evidence in this proceeding. I don't think any of us had seen them, nor do I think the petitioner's attorney had seen them until a deposition that occurred probably 6 months or more ago. And there was an objection on the part of Ms. Stevens because she hadn't seen the documents. They were not listed in the pre-hearing order, and I denied their admissibility. on those grounds. I assume that concludes your offer of proof, Ms. Smith.
Yes, unless anyone has any questions.
Are there any questions? Well, that will conclude our hearing, and I think bring this proceeding to a close. This, I think, should be my last action as chair of the Civil Service Commission. As you know, my term expired. I did not seek reappointment after 28 years, but I was asked to continue to chair the commission for purposes of concluding this hearing. But it's been my privilege to serve in this position, as I said, for now almost 3 decades, and it has been my privilege over the years to work with many fine commission members and fine attorneys and just extraordinary members of the city staff. I've developed a great respect for the people I've worked with and a great respect for the staff of our fine city. So these will be my concluding remarks. We'll all remain friends, but we will not be fellow commissioners. So I wish all of you well, and you move forward. Thank you very much.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized for a comment?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Chair, I want to express my personal appreciation for all of your work, and perhaps that can even be on behalf of many others who have worked with you in the past before I joined the Civil Service Commission. I have great admiration for you, and frankly, will miss you very much. And I hope that outside of this commission, we can continue to see each other. Thank you again for all that you've done.
Well, thank you very much. And as I said, we'll remain friends, and it has been a privilege. As Mr. McCormick knows, I didn't volunteer for this position originally, but it became apparent it was something that I could learn to do and, play a small part in advancing our city's welfare. So it's been my privilege and honor to have had this opportunity of service. Thank you very much, Representative Ball.
And Lacey, I just wanted to echo Commissioner Ball's statements. It has been a real pleasure to work with you and learn from you, and your steadfast handling of this commission has been, such a benefit to the city for so long, and especially staying on as long as you have after you had tried to retire, about a year and a half ago. It was extended it may have been hard for you to stay on longer than you planned, but it was a pleasure for me to get to work with you a little bit longer. And I just want to tell you that I will miss working with you on here.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Rubin.
Lacey, I want to echo what both commissioners have said. I have learned so much from you. I admire so much your steadfast leadership. I hope that we will be able to, as a commission, continue without your leadership and as in a fair and reasonable way. But I suspect that we will be rudderless for a bit without your firm hand. Appreciate everything you've done.
And
I'm not concerned about the commission being rudderless. It's as far as I'm concerned, it's in excellent hands, and I think we've got a fine commission. The members of the commission work hard, There's a tremendous amount of knowledge and ability exhibited by commission members, and I think I'm bowing out with the greatest deal of confidence in the welfare of the commission going forward and the welfare of the city of Raleigh.
Well, Lacey, maybe I can close out by saying, I guess we've known each other for 40 years or so. And it was interesting to think back on how you came to be on the authority like you were talking about, on the commission like you were talking about. And I'm a little disappointed in you, frankly. I thought you could hold out for 30 years. But, you know, if you don't have it in you, you don't. That's all I can say. So anyway, I will remind you that these are public meetings. You're always welcome to come in and just sit and watch the action. So good luck to you, buddy.
Well, thank you. Thank all of you. And most of you know, I think that some 28 years ago, the commission had no chairman. The chairman had resigned, and no one would come forward to accept the chairmanship. As Mr. McCormick knows, I was minding my own business, sitting in the city council chamber one afternoon, up to some nefarious legal business, I'm sure. And this issue of the appointment of a chair to the Civil Service Commission came up, and the mayor, Avery Upchurch, looked out at the audience and said, Lacey, you'll do it, won't you? And I said, Mr. Mayor, I don't even know what it entails. And so he asked Tom McCormick to take me out in the out in the lobby and rough me up, which Tom did, and he persuaded me to accept the chairmanship. And as I said, I realized it was something I could do to advance the welfare of the city, and hence I've served over these last years. And again, it's been my privilege and pleasure, and I sincerely appreciate all the kind remarks that have been made this afternoon. So thank you all. I'm glad this hearing has come to a conclusion, and I wish this commission very well as it moves forward with its work. So thank you very much, and we'll close the hearing if we haven't already closed.
Thank you.